Big up everybody. Can you hear me? Is the sound okay? Hello, hello, hello. How far are we all? This warm evening, this warm Saturday evening. How are we all doing? We have put it on subscribers only mode for today. For this live, particularly because of it being such a heavy topic. We don't want anyone coming in taking the mic, and if they do, then they're subscribing to do it. So yeah, as you can see, we are going to be doing the Rape Gang Inquiry report. Now, it is a very, very long report, so I am going to be focusing on the actual testimonies from the girls. Lie down, baby. I will be focusing on the testimonies from the victims more than I will be sort of the introduction and stuff like that, just because it needs doing, and I think it might be better for people if they're hearing it from somebody more than just reading it by themselves. Big up everybody in the chat. It is just me today. Breaks is not feeling very well at all. You've got the doggy in my seat instead. So big up everyone. Welcome in. Yeah, like Kate just said, that I will put a disclaimer in there before we start. What we are going to be discussing are very disturbing happenings. We will be talking about things that include testimonies. Lie down then. Lie down. And testimonies that include speaking about severe SA, rape, child abuse, bestiality, and a lot of other disturbing topics. So please bear with. We're in this together, and yeah, we'll absolutely be okay. So big up to our big love who we've got in. We've got our Ali in, we've got Dee Buzzy in, we've got our lovely team in, we've got Mans in, Hayley's in, we've got our amazing HR Katie in the house. We're all getting in here. Big up everybody. I can see you, David. Big up to you all. Are you gonna lie down, ready? It's me doing this. Lie down because you're tired. No, not got nothing for you. Lie down. Stop being silly now. Thank you. Don't be silly or you'll have to go over there instead of sitting in my seat. Won't you? This is an important topic. No messing from you. Go on, go get on the couch. Take your blanket with you. Take your blanket with you. Hello, Miss Essex. Hello, sweets. Right, bear with me. Let me put the intro screen on just while I take the doggy to the toilet quickly. Get yourselves a brew. Get yourselves ready and sat in. I'll be 2 seconds. Bear with me. We're back. Quick one, let me catch up with the chat quickly before we get started. Big up Ren to Ghost, how you doing, sweetheart? Hope Brits gets better soon, she will do, and I'll send you all her love. If she's not watching in bed, she might be asleep. But I'll make sure she knows that y'all love her. And y'all are sending your love, your little darlings. Restore Britain are fielding a candidate for Manchester Mayor. Well, let's see if they get one in. Be interesting. Right. Big up Loopy Lucy, how you doing, sweetheart? Yeah, that's not a problem. If this is a topic that people are going to struggle to stay for, please do not feel pressured to stay. It is a difficult one. I do want to give a massive shout out to Angela Rose and Asmongold, who are two quite large American creators and streamers who have done the full read through of this. Big up David, thank you, sweetheart. They've done the whole read through of this, so big up to them. Now it's time for your girl to do it. So we will get on it, my lovelies. Thank you very much, David, sweetheart. Let's do this. We're in this together. So, like I said, we are going to be focusing on the actual testimonies more than sort of the introduction and stuff. More so the important bits. Not that none of it's important, like it's all important, but it takes a long time to read through it as well as talking to chat. Like upwards of 7 hours. Yeah, he spent 7 hours reading it exactamundo. So we'll go through the important bits. And yeah, it's something that needs to be done. It needs to be shown to people. Some people will cope a lot easier hearing it spoken to them than reading it by themselves. But it is a tough one, so make sure you're all comfortable, you're all sat, you're all chilled, you've all got a brew, you're all woosad, and we'll go through it together. Please also bear in mind that it will be a tough one and things will make you angry. You're allowed to express that in the chat. Yeah, express your feelings in the chat. It is a very hard read through, Hayley. I have read all of it. After reading all of it, I was quiet for a few days. I couldn't get, my brain just didn't work. But is the sound okay? Am I speaking loud enough? Am I too quiet? Is all that okay? Just let me know. And we'll get down to the more important bits. Part of the introduction I do want to read to you, so it's just the first bit about the case report. So the Rape Gang Inquiry has now concluded its first phase of work. Now, this is key, and I'm sure you all already know, this is just the tip of the iceberg, okay? Just the tip of the iceberg. It's the first phase. This isn't the be-all and end-all. This is just the start. So the things that you're going to hear in this, as horrible and diabolical as they are, it is probably upsettingly nothing in comparison to what we've not got and what we've not seen and what is still being covered up. It was established to examine one of the most horrendous scandals in the long history of our country, the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities up and down the nation. If I just go over to the Casey report, big up Ali, thank you for the membership gifted out there. If you could say thank you for me, Mitch, that'd be beautiful. So the case report of 2025 stated that a disproportionate numbers of men from Asian ethnic backgrounds were among the suspects for group-based child sexual exploitation. Baroness Casey quoted local reports showing that a significant portion of those convicted were of Pakistani and or Muslim heritage. The crime stretched back generations. Now, the crimes that have been investigated in regards to the inquiry that we are reading today, they have done research and spoke to people of things that go back to the 1950s. Now, it goes back to the 1950s, but it sort of became a massive influx of a thing and quite a big thing come 1997 during the Blair administration. big up, mans. Thank you very much. They will absolutely love that. Thank you, sweetheart. So we'll just hop on down. Now, a lot of this is just basically talking about the demographic changes and how young some of the victims were, how young some of the children were, saying as young as 11, but there's also children that are younger. As we'll see when we're reading through it, there are police involved, social services are involved, NHS is involved, the care system's involved. So the British newspaper archive reveals that the first recorded case of specifically Pakistani rape gangs dates back to 1955, when 4 Bradford-based Pakistanis were charged with raping a 15-year-old girl from Middlesbrough. This was soon after former colonial subjects from the subcontinent, such as the Caribbean, became eligible to enter the United Kingdom in non-trivial numbers under the British Nationality Act 1948. So this goes back to the 50s. Probably maybe a little bit before. We're not sure an exact date at the minute. You're tired, you. Come on. Lie down there. You can have your coat down there if you're tired. So it goes back a while. The horrific crimes have only escalated in recent decades, especially following the Blair victory in 1997, which was the start of the orchestrated mass immigration. So let's get down to it. Let's take you straight to this bit first. Now, the list is at the end of the report in terms of the written list, but this is just a visualiser for you of rape gangs that operate currently or have operated in at least 149 local authority districts across the United Kingdom. The dark red are confirmed, the light red are suspected. So as you can see, it is quite a lot. I mean, even the number 149 is a lot, but as you can see from the visualisation, it's a lot. You're tired. Stop it, you're being silly. It's not my fault you're tired, go sleep. So, quick one, we'll go down. So this is talking about the stuff that was going on in London. Again, we already know that Khan is an absolute failure. Let's just put it out there, he's an absolute failure. He's been called out as being a failure. He had access to documents and chose not to act on anything. It's just a muppet. So are a lot of them. Let's just admit it. It's been covered up for a long time, Daniel. It really has. This is a sore subject, guys. If you do have to leave, please do not feel pressured to stay. It is going to be a tough one. But this is something that needs doing. So we'll get to our first victim testimony. So let me just read this little intro for you all. There are thousands of survivors who could have provided evidence to our inquiry team. Below is a summary of some of the testimony provided by our brave witnesses who spoke at the inquiry hearings. Some of the witnesses have chosen to remain anonymous for their own safety. So it will be Chloe's that we will be reading out first. You come here. Come here. Come. Come. Go. Go. No, you're being silly. Go. Lie down. Good boy, stay. Right, brace yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Again, another disclaimer, another warning. This does contain some very triggering and sensitive topics, including sexual abuse, sexual assault, rape, child abuse, child sexual abuse, child sexual exploitation, trafficking, bestiality, amongst more. So please bear with yourselves and bear with me. So the first testimony is from Chloe. Throughout her early childhood, Chloe was a popular girl at school, performed well academically and enjoyed an active social life. Although her parents separated when she was young, she describes her early upbringing as relatively stable. Following the separation, full custody of Chloe and her older brother was awarded to their father, despite his alcoholism. Her mother, on the other hand, was often absent from her life and became homeless following the separation. Chloe recalls a generally secure and supportive home environment under the care of her father. However, following his sudden death just before her 10th birthday, she moved in with her mother and her mother's new husband, a man she describes as a paedophile by whom she was sexually abused. Chloe's mother... Stop it, you're being silly. Being very silly. Stop now. Stop attention seeking. However, following his sudden death just before her 10th birthday, she moved in with her mother and her mother's new husband, a man she describes as a paedophile by whom she was sexually abused. Chloe's mother caught her husband assaulting Chloe on many occasions, but did little to nothing to stop it. On one occasion, Chloe's mother caught her husband in the shower with Chloe, and instead of intervening, she closed the door and walked out. At this time, Chloe was 10 years old. The abuse soon escalated to rape. Chloe's stepfather supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes to keep her quiet, then she began smoking cannabis. Around the same time, Chloe started truanting and spending time in the local town centre with a friend unsupervised. She describes groups of Muslim men, primarily Pakistanis, aged 20 to over 50, showing them attention, including wolf whistling and buying them alcohol. Many were taxi drivers who would take the girls into their cars and drive them around the town. At this stage, there was no sexual abuse, although the men's behaviour was clearly inappropriate. Chloe and her friend, then in their final year of primary school, enjoyed being treated like adults. The grooming soon intensified. The provision of alcohol and takeaways was accompanied by emotional manipulation, with the men, many of whom were related to one another, presenting themselves as sympathetic friends to Chloe. Chloe describes this process as them mapping out, are you a vulnerable person? Physical contact, including kisses and massages, became increasingly common. Meanwhile, the abuse by her stepfather at home worsened, and her mother was all but absent as a guardian. At this time, Chloe had an aunt and an uncle who lived nearby, and she often sought refuge with them. She had spent holidays with them during her earlier childhood and felt she could trust them. On one occasion, she had visited them while truanting, before returning home and spending the day there, while her mother and stepfather were at work. To Chloe's surprise, her uncle arrived at her house unannounced an hour later, and she invited him inside. After a brief conversation, Chloe's uncle sexually assaulted her. Chloe resisted, he relented, and left. She told her mother about the assault, and her mother reported it to the police. The police accused Chloe of lying, and no further action was taken. Until this incident, she had regarded her uncle as one of the best people in her life. Afterwards, there were no adults left that Chloe could confide in or seek support from. Increasingly isolated, she became more deeply involved with the groups of Muslim men she encountered in the town centre. One evening, Chloe's friend suggested that they travel to a nearby town where one of the men had a hotel room. They were picked up by the man, who was drunk and under the influence of drugs, and taken to the hotel. When they arrived, hotel staff saw them but did not intervene. In the room, the girls were given a potent strain of cannabis, which left Chloe, then 11, absolutely smashed. Chloe's friend was taken into another room by a group of men, and Chloe was groped by the man who remained. Chloe resisted, and he hit her. The man did not attempt to sexually assault her again, and instead threw the girls, both of whom were still intoxicated, out of the hotel and refused to drive them back to their hometown. They were forced to walk. It was around midnight. Chloe did not want to go back to her home as she feared her mother would beat her for being out so late, so she stayed with her friend. In the early hours of the morning, Chloe was collected from her friend's house by the police after her mother reported her missing. Chloe lied to the police and to her mother about where she had been. Chloe's mother grounded her for a month, meaning she was stuck at home with her predatory stepfather, a period she describes as torture. After the month passed, Chloe arranged to see her friend, who boasted that she had a new boyfriend. Chloe left the house to meet her, and the girls were picked up by the boyfriend, who was in fact a 25-year-old Indian man. Initially, Chloe thought the man was nice and posher than the other men that she'd met in the town centre. He took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a bottle of vodka before picking one of his friends up and taking the girls to a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring the girls for sex. Chloe refused, stating that she was on her period, but the men replied that that did not matter. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other man. He proceeded to rape her on the back seats. This incident took place in 2003. In 2022, Chloe took the two men to court, but neither of them were found guilty. From this moment, Chloe's life spiraled. At 12 years old, she began drinking heavily, smoking large amounts of cannabis and taking harder drugs, including ecstasy. Anything to block it out of her mind. She would drink before school just to get through the day, and her attendance dropped significantly. She and her friend would spend school hours in the town centre, walking around until somebody picked them up in a car, somebody bought them alcohol, or somebody gave them drugs. There were times when Chloe would be missing for up to 3 days, during which time she was passed between taxis, drugged, abused and raped. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslim and primarily Pakistani. On one occasion, Chloe was abducted by an abuser who was driving drunk and taken her to a graveyard. He gave Chloe, still 12 years old, whiskey before forcing himself on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculation and forced the empty bottle of whiskey up into Chloe's vagina, where it shattered. Chloe admitted herself to A&E, but no questions were asked about how she had sustained such an injury. She was examined, the glass was removed, and she was discharged. She was still a child at this point. Tell me how the NHS saw that and didn't do nothing. Chloe was questioned by police due to her absence on a number of occasions. Each time she was asked where she had been, who she had been with, and what she had been doing. She replied that she had been having sex with adult males in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, the police dismissed Chloe as a prostitute. They asked her whether she was consenting to the sexual activity, and despite Chloe telling them that she did not know the definition of the word consent, they reported that she had consented. The police found Chloe, as well as other missing children, in cars with the gang members on multiple occasions, but let the gang members go without so much as questioning them. On one occasion, Chloe was in the town centre and was identified as a missing child by a police officer who questioned where she had been. Chloe told this police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response of the police officer was that nothing could be done and Chloe was let go. In response to her truancy and deteriorating behaviour, the school regularly placed Chloe in isolation and compelled her to attend additional after-school classes every day. This did little to improve her emotional state, and she continued to spend time with her friend and her friend's boyfriends. This went on for a number of years. The boyfriend would supply the girls with alcohol and drugs, as well as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian men. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textiles factory, where he raped Chloe. Following this incident, Chloe started spending time with a friend who, up until this point, had accompanied her throughout her exploitation. By this time, Chloe had become so accustomed to her lifestyle of spending the time with the Muslim gangs that she continued to do so without her friend. On one occasion, following another late return home, her mother grounded her for 2 months. Fearing further abuse from her stepfather, Chloe walked to a nearby social services office while her mother was out at work and reported him. Chloe was interviewed by the social workers about the abuse, after which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Both denied the abuse was taking place and were released without charge. Chloe made further appeals to social services and was eventually removed from the house and placed in foster care. She lived with a couple who cared for several other foster children, and she found them snobby and judgmental. found some semblance of stability with them, but it did not last long. She was still living in the same town, so when she went into the town centre, as she often did, both alone and with foster carers, the Muslim gangs would recognise her and target her. She remained at the same school, and because she now lived further away, the foster carers paid for taxis to take her there. She would ask the taxi drivers to drop her off near the school. Rather than attending, she would walk into one of the neighbourhoods where the Muslim gangs spent their time. Their gangs would take her into their taxis, ply her with drugs and alcohol, and sexually abuse her. Around the age of 13, Chloe disclosed to social services that she was being sexually abused by gangs of Muslim men. In response, social services did not intervene, but rather talked to Chloe about contraception and sexual health. One social worker stated, regularly taking Chloe to a sexual health clinic where she was diagnosed with chlamydia in her throat and vagina, gonorrhea, genital warts, and pelvic inflammatory disease. Neither the social workers nor the clinic staff questioned or reported this. The police were aware of Chloe's activities, but instead of targeting those responsible for her abuse, they routinely failed to question them, let alone pursue further action, when Chloe was found in cars and houses with them. Chloe was soon moved to a different foster placement with far more protective carer. On one occasion, a gang came into the foster home searching for Chloe, and the carer fought them in the street to protect her. Around the time Chloe turned 14, a social worker approached her about her ongoing sexual exploitation. This was one of the first times that this had happened, and Chloe was relieved that her abuse was finally being addressed. However, rather than offering a solution, the social care worker instead told Chloe that the producers of Emmerdale were looking for a young actress to play a victim of child sexual exploitation, and asked whether she would be interested in auditioning for the role given her experience. Following this exchange, Chloe, upset, angry, and in a state of disbelief, understandably so, ran away from the foster home after being abducted by a Muslim gang, was missing for 6 months. Over this period, she was trafficked across the length and breadth of Britain. She was taken to house after house and raped and abused by guy after guy after guy after guy. The men who abused her paid money to the gang, which treated her as little more than a commodity. She was reported missing and her photograph was shown on TV. Her abusers remarked on this, "You're that girl off the TV that's missing," but her whereabouts was never reported to the police. Chloe describes a cycle of grooming, rape, drug and alcohol abuse that went on until eventually she was located by the police. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man. The man was let go without charge and she was returned to her mother's house. Chloe's relationship with her mother had completely broken down by this point, so she continued to run away and her psychological state deteriorated further. Following another period of grooming and sexual exploitation by a Muslim gang, Chloe was taken into police custody and transported to a secure unit at a children's home. She described the home as being like prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled. She was routinely subjected to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. Chloe found the experience highly traumatic. She remained there for 9 months, by which time she was almost 15. Social services determined that she was well enough to be released, and she was placed into a foster care not far from where she had been living before. Chloe describes the new carers as positive and an encouraging presence in her life, and in spite of her proximity to the sites of her abuse and exploitation, Chloe found stability and security living with them. She enrolled in a full-time hairdressing and beauty course at a nearby college, and for the next 2 years, Chloe describes her life as fantastic. This isn't the end of this story, by the way. So, I mean, that in itself already is enough to make your blood boil. It's enough to already say, go on, lie down, no, you're being silly, come on. it's enough to already see the extent at which people were involved. It's mental. I was talking to a blank screen then, my bad. Pressed the wrong button. Trust me to press the wrong button. Yeah, as you can see, just from what we've read so far, you can already see the extent of involvement and the extent of ignorance that have been happening. And this is just one story. This is literally just one story. So she enrolled in a full-time hairdressing and beauty course at the nearby college, and for the next 2 years, Chloe describes her life as fantastic. As Chloe approached her 18th birthday, social services notified her that the foster care would be ending soon. They identified a house for her, and after parting ways with her carer, she moved in and got a retail job to support herself. Despite having little experience of taking care of herself, Chloe's life remained generally stable enough through this period. Eventually, Chloe re-established contact with a friend whom she had been abused with as a young child. She invited her over to the house, and when she arrived, she was accompanied by a group of Muslim men, all of whom remembered Chloe from past abuse. Immediately, Chloe's life was thrown back into chaos. The men refused to leave, and in Chloe's words, "It was no longer my quiet little house, it was their house." They smashed windows, kicked in doors, left the house an absolute wreck, and sexually abused Chloe. One of the men, a previous abuser, pinned her down, rolled down his trousers and sat on her face, orally raping her on her own sofa as the rest of the gang watched. Chloe returned to drugs and alcohol to cope. Though she was still working in retail, her ability to work was rapidly declining. During one shift, one of her colleagues, someone she was friends with, jokingly pinched her bottom. Chloe, traumatised by the years of abuse, punched him in the face, right in the middle of the shop. She was brought before management and tried to argue her case but was fired and left with no income. Chloe spiralled further. The Muslim gang was still occupying her house, and with nowhere else to go and no ability to remove them, she remained there with them. They routinely drugged, abused and raped her, including with objects, including soft drink cans, keys and a baseball bat. Before long, they started to pay her bills to consolidate their presence in her home. On a number of occasions, they brought young children into Chloe's house to abuse them. Chloe recalls a number of occasions when boys under the age of 18 from the Muslim community were pressured and bullied by their older friends and relatives into raping her. Chloe was forced to commit crimes including insurance fraud and the holding of drugs. On one occasion, she contacted the police to report an assault that was taking place in her house, and when they arrived, Chloe was threatened with arrest rather than the gang members, as the property was registered in Chloe's name. One evening, an associate from the gang from a neighbouring town arrived at the house, a notorious sex trafficker. He soon began taking Chloe to bars and nightclubs in the surrounding area. There he would spike her with heroin before handing her over to men who sexually assaulted and raped her. Chloe became addicted to opiates and her health deteriorated rapidly. She became anorexic, weighing just 5 stone at the age of 18. The use of heroin was a method of control by the gang, as it left her with no ability to defend herself physically. Her daily existence became a relentless cycle of rape, exploitation, and violence. Eventually, a social worker visited Chloe and was shocked by both her appearance and the conditions in which she was living in. Concerned for her welfare, she took Chloe to an addiction clinic where tests revealed she had an extremely high concentration of opiates in her system. Chloe was prescribed medication to manage her opioid dependency and gradually weaned herself off the drugs. Around this time, Chloe reconnected with a childhood friend, and their friendship soon developed into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend became aware of the ongoing abuse and, with the help of his father, paid off Chloe's remaining rent and moved her out of the squalid house. Chloe moved in with him, after which she got another job in retail for a short period. For a short period, Chloe's life was relatively stable, but due to her unresolved trauma, she soon returned to drinking heavily, smoking, and gambling. Her workplace was so close to her foster home, and before long, she came back into contact with members of the gangs that had abused her at the time. The cycle of grooming, exploitation, and the abuse soon resumed. Her relationship with her boyfriend broke down, and out of desperation, she re-established contact with her mother, who had left her predatory husband, and soon moved back in with her. One night, Chloe was out with members of the gang and drinking heavily. Upon her return to her mother's house, her mother reported her to the police. The police arrested Chloe while she was changing into her pyjamas, and she was taken to the police station drunk and half naked. She was kept in a cell until 2 a.m. the following morning, at which point she was released. They did not provide her with any clothes or transportation back to her mother's house. She tried to contact her ex-boyfriend, but he did not respond. Chloe, then 19, was left stranded. She wandered around the neighbourhood for several hours before encountering a gang member who had previously abused her. Cold and desperate, she got into his car and for the following weeks was trafficked across the country. Eventually, Chloe identified a new house to move into. Despite their dysfunctional relationship, her mother agreed to sign the rental agreement as Chloe's guarantor, as Chloe, then without income, knew that she couldn't be able to afford the rent. After she moved in, she became aware of the fact that she was the only white British person in her neighbourhood. Every other resident was South Asian. As a result, their gangs discovered where she was living and once again treated her house as if it was their own. The cycle of abuse continued and Chloe's emotional state deteriorated significantly. Chloe was taken to hospital after a suicide attempt, and while there, she discovered that she was pregnant. The father of the child, a Pakistani Muslim illegal immigrant who moved into Chloe's home. Chloe was subsequently coerced into converting to Islam and forced into marriage, both to legitimise the pregnancy in the eyes of her abuser and to assist him in securing a visa. Chloe's behaviour became tightly controlled and she was forced to wear a hijab. She was prohibited from looking out the windows of her home, and if she misbehaved in the eyes of her husband, he would beat her black and blue, something that happened every day. Chloe's child was born with multiple health problems, including a defective kidney due to the deteriorated condition of Chloe's womb as a result of the sexual abuse. Nevertheless, becoming a mother gave Chloe a renewed determination to get her life back on track. She reported the father of her child to the police after he assaulted the child, and he was removed from the property. She stopped taking drugs and was focused. For the first time, the gangs left her alone. One evening, she went out with a friend who lived across the road. Chloe, now a mother, did not drink heavily, but her friend became heavily intoxicated. A group of Asian men started speaking to them and offered to take Chloe and her friend home. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of her friend, agreed. Instead of taking them home, however, they were taken to a hotel. Chloe, who was not drunk, protested and encouraged her friend, who was paralytic, to leave with her. Chloe warned her friend about what she suspected was going to happen, but her friend refused to leave. Chloe, thinking of her daughter and seeking to protect herself, reluctantly left without her. The following day, Chloe's friend told Chloe that she had been raped by the men. This incident represented a turning point in Chloe's life. She decided that she needed to leave her hometown for good and get as far away from these Asian men as possible. By chance, she reconnected on Facebook with a man that she had known in her early childhood, an old colleague from her mother who she describes as one of the only adult men in my life who never harmed me or treated me badly. She told him about everything that she had been through and her desire to leave. He lived in Scotland and she was invited to visit him for the weekend, which she did. After returning home, she sought support from Women's Aid, who managed to secure her a property in Scotland, With nothing but her daughter in a small bag, she left her hometown, leaving a lifetime of abuse and exploitation behind, and moved to Scotland, where she resides to this day. Chloe personally knows that at least 20 other girls from her area who were predated on by the Muslim gangs who abused her. The pattern was always the same: grooming, drugging, trafficking, abuse and rape. Furthermore, Chloe describes being taken into mosques where imams would describe non-Muslims as infidels and preach that white women who dressed inappropriately were free game. Chloe believes that the local police, social services, and NHS and government were all fully aware of what was happening, including the radicalised nature of the crimes, but that they did not intervene for two reasons: because they could not be bothered with the paperwork, and because they did not want to be seen as racist. Chloe blames these bodies and their major push for diversity for her abuse. Chloe says, "If I could just save even one more child, girl or boy from going through any of this, then I've done my job." This was just a snippet from Chloe when she was speaking to one of the panellists, and the inquiry panellist asked, "Do you know how many men abused you over that period if you had to guess?" And Chloe replied, "Hundreds, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds." That is the end of Chloe's story. We have got Fiona's story next. Let me just give a quick catch up with the chat. Big love to you all, and thank you for all the pink hearts for Chloe in the chat. You're absolutely lovely, all of you. Pinching any woman's bum isn't allowed. They heard her case and sacked her. Exactly. I mean, when I initially read this, it was... I'm not being funny, but pinch my ass, you're getting punched. I don't know who the fuck you are you pinching my ass for? Do you know what I mean? You're getting punched. But it just, for her, clearly makes it 10 times harder, and yet she was the one still sacked. Not the person who sexually assaulted her at work, whether it was a joke or not. No, she was the one who was sacked, on top of everything. The police need to make a statement. They won't. They absolutely won't. Hi, Bossy. How you doing in the chat? It is sickening. It is more than sickening, and this is just the first story. See you later, David Sweet. Big up, Debs, with the heart, sweetheart. Big up. Can't imagine the courage it took for the victims to step forward. Honest to God, yeah. It would have taken a hell of a lot. This story affected me. I couldn't get my head around how a mother could do that. I mean, for anyone who's not read it all the way through, it's gonna get worse. And I will sit here and say right now that everyone involved in this deserves something that I cannot even describe or verbalise without getting into trouble. And that includes the mothers, fathers, uncles, all that were involved in hurting and harming their own children. To the mothers within this and that are out there doing this type of shit, to do what you're doing to these children, you deserve something worse than I can even imagine. To do that to your own child, let alone everything else that's going on, is diabolical. It's subhuman. And I'll say that with confidence. I'm not afraid to say that. It's difficult. It's a difficult one. There's a couple of the stories that are absolute... I mean, they're all horrific, don't get me wrong, they're all horrific. And yet the government still allows these sick bastards to enter on boats, fucking arseholes. They're being imported in. Look how long the two-tier police has been going on. Exactly. It's not just something that's only just started. It's been going on for a while. The only difference is it's now being called out and people are waking up to it. That's the only difference. That is literally the only difference, is the fact that people are waking up to it. People are seeing it. It's not being hidden anymore. People are not afraid to call it out anymore. Next story. Roll yourselves a cig, I'm sure you need one. No, I fucking do. Fiona. Fiona grew up in a highly abusive household, marked by domestic violence, severe emotional abuse, and repeated suicide attempts by her mother, which Fiona witnessed. Despite exceptional academic ability, she developed serious mental health difficulties, self-harm behaviours, and suicidal ideation from a young age. After escalating abuse and failed disclosures, Fiona entered care at the age of 13 and was placed in a children's home that had already been identified as a high-risk home for sexual exploitation in a television documentary prior to her arrival. So this home Fiona's been placed in has already been identified in a documentary on TV as a high-risk care home for sexual exploitation. But it was still up and running, she got put in there. Inadequate supervision meant she went missing repeatedly. At 13, she was groomed by adult Pakistani men whom she estimates were aged between 24 and 45. The grooming began with affection and alcohol and quickly progressed to rape, drug dependency, threats and trafficking. Care staff negligence was extreme. The abusers would sit in cars outside waiting for the girls, openly converse with staff, and even phone the home to inquire about them. One care worker told Fiona's mother that her boss had described recording the men's car's registration plates as above her pay grade, warning that she would lose her job if she did so. Fiona believes the staff were aware of what was happening but felt powerless to stop it, rather than being actively complicit. Nevertheless, the children's home received $5,000 per week to care for her and still failed miserably. Fiona suspects the management would avoid proper investigation for fear of being labelled racist. Come lie down, you. Take a minute, guys. Let me just take him to the toilet. He's only got a small bladder. So take a minute. BRB. Come to the toilet. Come on, Cole. Go to the toilet. Beating me up with the comb. Go get on the couch. That way. There you go. Ready? Oh, one more. You have to put your head down. Put your head down. Rest it. One momito. One momito. Hoovy. Thank you. Come on, right now. Do you want to get up here? Go. Right now. Bye. Back to it. Big up my lovelies. Right. Only the police took any formal action, issuing harbouring notices to the men. Official warnings stated that they had no permission to associate with, contact or house a vulnerable child. However, no further action followed. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, the call handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You should just be glad that your child is being taught a different culture." On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men to have fun with her. This was the police. On another occasion, the police instructed the abusers that if they could persuade Fiona to sign herself out of care, the police would stop bothering them. The gang then tried to convince her to do so, intending to traffic her to Kashmir. She was only prevented from leaving the country because she did not have a passport. Between 2008 and 2012, Fiona was repeatedly raped by multiple men connected to organised grooming networks. She was often kept in a house known as the Party House, where between 10 and 20 men would attend at one time. On one occasion, she was encouraged to bring her friends with her because the owner had relatives visiting from Birmingham to celebrate Eid and expected the girls to be there. Within the house, the girls were routinely referred to as white slags, while the men wanted Pakistani girls to be kept pure for marriage. The gangs reportedly discussed fears that the English Defence League, EDL, would arrive armed, so they kept baseball bats for protection. They also allegedly spoke of attending EDL demonstrations with weapons. Fiona was not only trafficked and raped across multiple cities in the UK, but was also forced to traffic drugs. Drugs, intimidation and violence were used to control her. She was made to clean up knives from the scene of 2 fatal stabbings. She was present during a shootout. Her abusers bragged to her that they had hidden dead bodies in certain locations. After a few days, Fiona recalls the news reporting on a body being recovered from the same location that the abusers had disclosed to her. As a result, the threats of violence carried enormous weight. Lie down next to me. Oh, scrub your blanket. Scrub your blanket. At 14, Fiona was abused by a man known as Rambo. He had entered Britain illegally in the back of a lorry. Previously castrated in Pakistan as a punishment for child abuse, he had then fled to the Philippines where he allegedly attacked multiple women and children with a large knife, the origin of his nickname. Rambo was locked in a room with 2 girls and subjected them to extreme sexual torture. This case illustrated that in some instances, the sexual abuse of children was driven more by humiliation and control rather than sexual gratification. At 15, Fiona became pregnant while in a mixed-sex care home. Her son was later removed and adopted due to the ongoing exploitation risks, yet Fiona herself was left in the same dangerous environment. The abuse continued into her adulthood. It only stopped when she turned 18, leaving her with profound physical and psychological trauma, including PTSD, substance dependency, and the long-term health damage. Fiona states that the greatest harm came not only from the abusers, but from the institutional disbelief, neglect, and punishment that actively enabled the ongoing exploitation. In total, she estimates she was abused by between 50 and 100 men. Of those, only 2 were not Pakistani. Fiona had stated to the panel, "I was beaten regularly, I was drugged, filmed being raped, and the footage was distributed. I sustained broken bones, facial injuries, and severe trauma. I was subjected to racial abuse in the community and blamed by families of the perpetrators. The stereotype already existed. The inquiry just confirms it exactly as hard. There's hundreds of hours of footage, not a question believing it's true. But yet, how can we start to make this right? This has happened on such a large industrial sort of state that you just wouldn't know where to begin. I guess people coming forward and it being exposed and it being uncovered, although it has a lot of stuff has already been exposed in the past, it's just never had light shone on it, whereas now it has. I know that at the minute, Rupert Lowe and his crew are planning on private prosecutions with certain people, but this is still something that's going on to this day. So in terms of how do we even start to make this right? Yeah, I don't know. Michelle was physically abused in childhood by both her mother and stepfather. Her mother had multiple partners throughout Michelle's childhood, many of whom also abused her, some sexually. She believes this early experience created an association between abuse and love, leaving her particularly vulnerable. From the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who supplied her with alcohol, cigarettes and drugs. She was raped while intoxicated, including one occasion where she was taken upstairs while her sister tried to intervene. Because of her upbringing, she thought this was normal, that they were her boyfriends and that they loved her. She would go missing for extended periods and was subjected to repeated daily sexual abuse. The perpetrators would collect her from school, her home, and public places, using threats of violence to coerce and control her. At age 14, she was gang raped and beaten by 3 men who locked her in a house. She was left covered in cuts and bruises, which alerted a friend. The friend told her own mother, who then contacted Michelle's mother. The police were called, but they claimed there was little they could do without more evidence. One of the gang members later forced Michelle to go to the police station with him to retract her statement. The police accepted him as her appropriate adult, a role normally reserved for a parent or close family worker or social worker or trained professional. The investigation was subsequently dropped. One of Michelle's friends who lived in a care home would be collected directly outside by the same gang. Care staff would call the police, but officers reportedly referred to the girls as prostitutes despite them being children. Both social services and the police, Michelle says, failed to understand the situation and believed the girls were engaging in the activity by choice. As a result, little was done to intervene. When she was abducted and went missing, no one came looking for her. The social worker once told her that at age 14, she would not be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend she would be allowed, to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend as long as they did not share a room. That's the social worker, man. Come on. Michelle was raped in bin sheds, threatened with a knife, and forced into sex with multiple men waiting in cars. She was drugged, beaten, burned with cigarettes, locked in rooms, and passed between men. An amusement arcade was used as a front for drug dealing and the sexual exploitation of children. She became pregnant 4 times as a child as a result of rape, leading to miscarriages, 1 abortion, and 1 surviving child. Of her abusers, she states that 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim, if not, they were Iraqi Muslim or Kurdish. Michelle believes these gangs have remained untouchable because the authorities feared being labelled racist. She describes an extensive network of abusers operating across the entire country, calling it industrial in scale. It absolutely is. It functions as a large central network with smaller connected groups in specific localities. Michelle claims that she was raped by between 600 and 700 different men over the course of 3 years. She now lives with severe PTSD and lifelong trauma, describing both her childhood and her future as destroyed. The inquiry panellist asked Michelle, "What would you say the main issue was?" Michelle stated, "I don't think that they cared much about us. They didn't want to open that can of worms because it's a religion thing. I'd probably say about 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Kurdish or Iraqi." Whitney is our next story. Whitney grew up in a vulnerable household. Her mother suffered with severe mental health issues and her father was absent from her life. She was first groomed and sexually abused at the age of 15 by 2 adult Pakistani brothers. One of the brothers, Whitney recalls, acted as a boyfriend figure. Both the brothers would regularly take her into a flat in Birmingham, supply her with alcohol, and in her words, she would have sex with them. Their interactions with Whitney soon turned violent. They began beating her and on one occasion held a hot iron to her face. Whitney recalls that the brothers stopped contacting her after they arrived at the house to collect her and found that all of her uncles sitting on the wall outside. After that incident, they never came back. She cannot remember exactly how or why her uncles were there, but she believes her mother asked them to intervene. Many years later, Whitney's daughter began self-harming at aged 11 and even attempted suicide. Her phone contained sexually explicit images. Whitney's daughter told her that there was a sex room at school run by the older boys. Deeply concerned for her daughter, Whitney contacted social services. They offered little support beyond talking through the problem. In one instance, social services accidentally sent her 6 other children's case files instead of her daughter's, which left her deeply distrustful of their ability to help. Whitney's daughter was coerced into sending a sexual image, which was then circulated across multiple schools, the local community, and eventually the internet. This led to her receiving unwanted attention from adult men of various ethnicities and from multiple countries. From that point on, Whitney's daughter began going missing regularly. These disappearances were linked to sexual demands and exploitation by older boys and adult men. She was threatened with violence if she contacted the police and sometimes returned home with items of clothing missing. Whitney repeatedly reported her concerns to the police and social services, clearly stating that she believed her daughter was being sexually exploited. The police responses were often delayed, statements were not taken, and investigations were closed without further action. Social services refused to relocate the family, downgraded the risk level, and eventually closed the case despite ongoing exploitation. I've read this whole thing and it still surprises me. It surprises me and it doesn't at the same time. Whitney herself was blamed and her own past was used to undermine her credibility as a parent. Her family received repeated threats, including warnings that their house would be burned down, faces would be slashed, and machetes would be used. Later, Whitney discovered that her daughter had been placed on the National Referral Mechanism, which is as a trafficking victim, which is a system that records vulnerable people and at what state of vulnerability they are and what they're at risk of. This was done without her being informed. The NRM is the UK's official framework for identifying, referring and supporting victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, and serves as a recognition by a designated professional that an individual is a potential victim of human trafficking or modern slavery, and the mum wasn't even told. Whitney stated, "My daughter told me after a while that there was a sex room in the school. I told the school about it, but they completely shut it down and said that she was lying." I'm staying quiet because what I will say will get me banned. I'm honestly raging. I don't blame you, Benny. I don't blame you. And all these people who have and do slate Tommy Robinson, and he's been trying to expose this for a long time. He's been trying to expose it for years. And Tommy started exposing it because of what was going on when he was younger, and I think it was a 14-year-old friend of his ended up being exploited, is why he ended up getting into it. The likes of Narinder Kaur has not mentioned this. Narinder Kaur won't touch this. Narinder Kaur will not touch this. The likes of Narinder Kaur won't go anywhere near it because they know. They absolutely know. Nothing will be removed or banned from this chat regarding this subject, although I am aware that you might be worried about YouTube itself banning things. We move on to Solly's story. Make sure you're all okay with yourselves, guys. Make sure you're all feeling alright. If it's feeling too much or anything, feel free to take a break. I do ask that you share it out so people can see this, and people who aren't wanting to read it themselves and would prefer hearing it can listen to it. And just giving it a like to push it out there, as I am fully aware and have been aware from experience of when we first started covering this rape gang inquiry back when it started, that YouTube doesn't like it and fails to push it out as much, and this is something that needs pushing out to people, so just make sure to share it, even if you share it to one person that you know, so they can hear the stories as well. I think this is extremely important, and like I said when we began it, I promised you that when the report came out that I would read it, and we're here and we're doing it. Moving on to Solly's story. Solly is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty of 9 counts of perverting the court of justice for lying about being groomed by an Asian grooming gang and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Despite this, Sally believes there is evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. Solly described a previously stable working family life. Come and lie down, you're tired. No, we're not messing, you're being silly. Come on. Lie down. Don't be silly. Don't be a silly boy now. Solly described a previously stable working family life until the housing instability and family stress coincided with changes in her daughter's behaviour. The house the family were buying fell through, but they had already moved their stuff out of the family home and their possessions were in storage. A family friend was able to rent them a part-renovated property on a short-term basis, but it was not ideal for a family with 4 children. It was only meant to be temporary, but the family ended up staying there for 10 months. Her daughter began making up stories, such as claiming her mother and stepdad were going away and leaving her to look after her 5-year-old brother at school. This resulted in school involvement in their family life. The stresses the household was under led to arguments and brought in both police and social services. After leaving school at 16, Sally's daughter began working at a local pub. On one occasion, she was invited to a party. Sally received a call later that evening from one of her daughter's friends saying that her daughter was lying on the pavement outside of the property. If Sally couldn't pick her up, they were going to take her to the bus stop and leave her there, as she was making too much noise. When her mother found her lying on the ground, she was making a horrendous wailing sound and kept saying not to touch her. Her mother recognised that something was seriously wrong and took her to hospital. Sally's daughter told the nurse carrying out the examination that she had been sexually assaulted. The hospital notes recorded that her genitalia was swollen and red. The hospital reported the incident to the police. Sally's daughter then received threats via Snapchat, became scared about the outcome of the case and withdrew from the process. At around the same time, social services closed their case on the family. Sally believes her daughter did not want to invite more trouble into the household. Come and lie down, Bubble. No, you're being silly. Bloody done it again, sorry guys. Sorry, you've got to be tucked in specifically. You don't like it if it's not tucked in specifically. It later emerged in court that they had all been smoking cannabis. Sally believes her daughter had participated and that something had happened to her, but she was found guilty of lying about being raped. Sally's daughter then began, this is after they'd been given proof by the way, like she'd been to the hospital and they decided to, say no, you're lying. Sally's daughter then began working as a kitchen assistant at a care home and a glass collector at a nightclub. In addition to her pub job, after turning 18, she was able to work behind the bar of the nightclub, where her behaviour began to change. She would return home with cuts and bruises. On one occasion, she came home with a black eye and said there had been a fight in the nightclub and she had been hit accidentally. She appeared more tired and more distressed than usual. Sally began to notice that her daughter's phone would ring regularly, with Asian men's names appearing on the screen. When she was asked about them, her daughter tried to hide the calls. The bar manager stopped her daughter from working on the main floor because she was small and they struggled to keep track of her. They also ensured she was always paired with an older member of staff, as the Asian men would harass her if she was working alone. One Asian man gifted her with a gold chain. Sally's daughter began saying she wanted to move away from home. She regularly travelled to a nearby town by train. Sally would pick her up and drop her off at the station. She never appeared to have been drinking or using drugs. One day, Sally returned home to find her daughter had left with her possessions and was ignoring her calls. She had told work colleagues that she had moved because her stepfather was harming her, but this was not true. After a few days of investigation, Sally managed to find where her daughter had moved to. When she arrived at the flat, she found that her daughter with two police officers whom she was found her daughter with two police officers to whom she was reporting an allegation of rape. When her daughter handed her phone in as evidence, the police found hundreds of messages from Asian men. They believed that she was being groomed. She was later found guilty about lying about the rape that she had reported. Over the course of the following year, No, thank you. Over the course of the following year, Sally reported her daughter missing 39 times. She would often turn up in various towns across the region, battered, bruised, intoxicated or on drugs. She was usually without underwear and spent increasing amounts of time in hospital. One police force made a referral to the NRM, believing that she was a victim of trafficking. Another police force repeatedly arrested her and seized her phone, which meant the referral agency could not even contact her, as her number kept changing. One incident involved Sally's daughter being locked in a room above an Indian restaurant, with the man refusing to let her leave. The police ignored it, believing she was lying. Another incident involved an Asian man following her, trying to grab her and take her away. Thankfully, she was with her sister and friends, who quickly put her in a taxi and sent her home. That same man was later arrested for breaking into a woman's house and sexually assaulting her while she slept. Nevertheless, the police still insisted that Sally's daughter had been lying about the earlier incident. The police believed she had mental health issues and was deliberately self-harming and putting herself in dangerous situations. They wanted to have her sectioned, but a doctor disagreed, noting that she still had capacity. Another incident involving a different Asian man who refused to leave Sally's daughter's flat. The police told him to leave, but asked no questions. He left behind a balaclava, yet the police showed no interest, despite him carrying it while visiting a young woman. After her flat door was kicked down, in yet another incident while she was missing, she returned to her mother's home. Sally's daughter later explained that she had moved away to keep her family safe. She claimed she had been told that if she did not do as her abusers said, they would harm her brother, rape her sister and firebomb her house. She lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing repercussions on the family. She went missing again. The police stated that they believed she was making the whole thing up and injuring herself, so they charged her with perverting the court of justice. Part of her bail conditions required her not to leave Sally's house. The following week, her daughter attempted suicide by overdose. She went missing one final time and was found in a field with injuries to her head, her ear, a severed finger, and numerous cuts and bruises. Following this, she wrote a Facebook post alleging that she had been a victim of grooming gangs. The post went viral. Within half an hour, the police arrested her and she was sent to prison. Following her daughter's conviction, the family experienced sustained harassment and intimidation, particularly from one Muslim man. Sally reports repeated failures by the police to protect them. She believes her daughter was a vulnerable young woman who lied at times, but was nevertheless groomed. She was found with a severed finger. She was found battered and bruised. And when she told people what happened, you arrested her. You arrested her and charged her and sent her to prison within half an hour. You can't help but laugh at how fucked our country is for letting this happen and for continuing to let it happen. Thank you, dear Bazzy. Thank you, sweet. Proud of you for doing this. Thank you. It needs to be done. It needs to be done. They're only targeting white non-Islamic children, meaning it's not only rape, but also a racially motivated hate crime. But our hate crime laws are only moving in one direction. Why post about this when they can post about another mug Katie Price is married again? Oh God. Over 10% of his viewers are female, which is high, very high. It's not an incel man. Who we're talking about? Big up, Vixie, my darling. Big up, big up. The country is more fucked than I first thought, but I'm not shocked at all. I'm pretty sure we're all aware. But as horrible as this is all too common. It's all too common. And that's where the bit of it not being surprising comes in. Not because it's not bad. Not because we've been sort of numbed as a nation to sort of ignore it, so it's like, oh, it just happens. No, it's factual. This is common. This happens regularly. It's not unknown. It still happens to this day, and still fuck all's being done about it. Still, you'll get people arrested over hurty words or over filming altercations, whilst people like this are let to stay run free. On that note, just quickly, I want to bring to your attention a post by Sammy Woodhouse. Now, I know you're all aware of Sammy Woodhouse. If you're not, Sammy Woodhouse is a survivor herself who has been an absolute mega part of this grooming gang inquiry. A mega part of it. Will you let me go to my profile, please? Go to my profile. She's been an absolutely big part in doing this and getting it out. So let me just bring this over to you all. Give me a second. Come on, no. Okay, 1 second. Give me a minute. Let me just bring this post to your attention. Due to the Sentencing Act 2026, Arshid Hussain, the man who abducted and raped Sami as a child and who did the same to dozens of other children, is now being considered for early release. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison in early 2017 and was described as one of the most dangerous men in the UK. He was later convicted of further offences. His brother, Bashrat Hussain, is also being considered for release. Sami says, "I honestly can't put into words how disgusted I am with the British government." Wrap your heads around that. Wrap your fucking heads around that. Thank you, Rob Ross. Anything I have to say about this would be classed as Fed post. Yeah, I think everyone's feeling the exact same. I do. I think everyone is feeling the exact same. It is fucked. And that's the worst thing. It shouldn't be the norm. No, it absolutely shouldn't, but unfortunately it is. Moving on to Marlon's case. Marlon is the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming, as well as being repeatedly failed by authorities. Marlon reported his 14-year-old daughter Scarlett missing a number of times because she was being groomed and exploited. The police informed social services that what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. However, social services did not accept the police's assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. During that time, his daughter disclosed concerns to her school, which resulted in social services attending Marlon's home. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving the house, he should call social services or the police. Social services undermining his parental authority resulted in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing, and the case was then closed without meaningful intervention. Marlon placed a formal complaint to social services stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. The social worker assigned to him following this openly stated to him that they were only taking the case because of his complaint. This made him feel like the problem, rather than a parent concerned with safeguarding for his daughter's abuse. On one occasion, Marlon stood in front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving at the night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. He reported this to social services, who simply stated he should have walked away when she becomes violent. Even after showing them the bruises on his back that he had received as he walked away, they did not change the advice they gave. Marlon remains convinced that if his child were male and he were female, the response would have been different. Marlon would often spend his evenings driving in search of his daughter until 3 and 4 a.m. while having work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn up at his house many hours later. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking him. This made him feel like more of a problem rather than being the safeguarding emergency that it was. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from school due to grooming-related behaviour and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. A multi-agency risk assessment meeting was eventually convened with the Children's Services and the police's missing from home team. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. Marlon challenged this, which resulted in the police officer shouting at him in front of all in attendance. The officer has since been dismissed. The social worker and manager present did not intervene, but privately acknowledged that he was right to continue reporting his daughter missing. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. Shortly after, his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found at Marlon's mother's house, unkempt, distressed, and stating that she had been raped. Care staff returned her to the location of the rape, thereby destroying forensic opportunities, and failed to report it to the police until days later. Marlon had to make his own referral to the Rape Crisis Centre, by which time forensic evidence was lost. Yes, you heard that. Care staff returned her to the location of the rape. The perpetrator was arrested but bailed with the condition not to contact Marlon's daughter. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. He was an adult and drug dealer, and his associates soon began attending Marlon's home. His daughter was terrified of them. An older woman began to groom and manipulate Marlon's daughter under the guise of friendship. After another missing episode, Marlon was able to trace his daughter to a specific property. Despite repeated calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her or issue an abduction warning notice. His daughter was later found to be the victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, and being forced to dig up a firearm. These acts were directed by the older woman, amongst others. At this point, the impact on Marlon was catastrophic. He was physically exhausted, anxious, and depressed, and lived in constant fear. He was attacked by masked individuals in his home, with the police response delayed and dismissive. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken into a secure care, where she was subjected to further abuse, including sexual abuse by staff and other children, neglect, and safeguarding failures. Marlon made multiple complaints, and at a court hearing, social services attempted to place his daughter on a child protection plan for emotional abuse and neglect by Marlon himself. However, the judge intervened and ordered this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unsuitable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced into drug supply, and raped by adult men. She became pregnant as a result of rape. The handling of her termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. The police later charged Scarlett with an intent to supply Class A drugs, despite her being a victim of trafficking and on the national referral mechanism. Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff, where she was groomed again. Racist abuse and extremist comments were made to her. Marlon again raised concerns which were ignored. Despite his repeated attempts to help his daughter, he has experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of trauma and grooming. He has experienced many assaults, received black eyes, and had to sleep barricaded in his room. He repeatedly requested domestic abuse support but was refused because he was a male parent. He has been forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. The whole experience has harmed Marlon financially, emotionally, and psychologically. He states it's destroyed his life. He is no longer the person he used to be. Marlon's case highlights that parents can also be victims of both grooming networks as well as widespread institutional failure. Marlon stated to the inquiry panellists, Scarlett went missing again for several days. When she was eventually found, she was unkempt, distressed, and disclosed she had been raped. Shockingly, Edge of Care staff returned her to the location of where she had been raped and failed to report the offence to police or duty social workers until days later. Big up Sploosh in the chat. Hello everybody. How are we all doing? How are we all holding up? I could barely read this to myself, so fair play to you for being able to read this out loud. I mean, if I'm honest, Sploosh, I've read the whole thing. I read as soon as it dropped, I downloaded the document and I spent, I think it was 2 to 3 days reading through it. And let's just say for the days that followed, I was silent. It definitely took its toll, but I also feel that I have a responsibility to push this out and show people this report. I also think with it being so hard for a lot of people to read themselves and digest themselves, that it might be easier for people to hear it and hear even just a familiar voice speaking it to them, reading it to them, and then being able to share their feelings in the comments whilst doing so. It does feel almost like a responsibility to do this. I mean, I was saying earlier, we started off doing lives right at the beginning of this rape gang inquiry, but we couldn't continue it because of how much information was coming out on an irregular basis. And I did promise to, as soon as it came out, to go through it all. So we're here, we're doing it, we're staying strong. You can probably tell by my face I'm not impressed. I don't think anybody is. I don't think anybody would be. It's horrible, but it needs to be done. It needs to be shared. And it's also it helps those who are unable or unknowing of where to get the document from, to come on here and hear people talking about it as well, and hear people read through it. Yeah, it took me a couple of days to read. I'm still processing it now. Yeah, it's difficult. It's really, really difficult. And like me in the chat was saying before, this is just the tip of the iceberg, pal. This is just the tip of the goddamn iceberg, isn't it? It really, really is. They have no right to be called care staff. Don't care staff is more... I know, sadistic. Our current government and the previous one are the epitome of the three monkeys. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. They should all face arrest too. That is literally what's happening. It is what continues to happen. Yeah, big up as well for your Birmingham coverage today, Sploosh. Big up to you and AY for that, you're absolute legends. Okay, next story is Wallace. Wallace's early childhood in Scotland was marked by poverty, instability and a lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems. She struggled to comprehend the situations that she put her son in and often failed to intervene, which allowed Wallace's abuse to continue. Wallace's mother psychologically and emotionally abused him throughout his childhood. From a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. Now, before I continue this story is going to get confusing, but it will make sense at the end, so just stick with us. It will make sense at the end. Brave lady, I've only gotten to page 80 and I consider all of them a threat to all. Yeah, mate, it's not pleasant, is it? It's not pleasant. It's sickening. We all know it's still going on. Yep. We're all quite traumatised by it, Rev. I completely understand. We will be reading on. We've got this. We're all in this together. So let's go. So yeah, like I said, this is going to get confusing, this story, but by the end of it, you'll all understand. So stick with it. This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. He was moved around many different home environments and learned to accept situations without question. His early experiences made him believe that adults could enter his personal space without consent, that fear should be tolerated, and that he had no control. Wallace's earliest memory of abuse occurred while he was 4 or 5 years old, when an adult... This was his earliest memory, by the way. When an adult came into his bedroom at night and got into bed with him. He could not identify who it was, but instinctively knew it was wrong. His main abusers were his mother's partner and the partner's brother, who both exercised authority over Wallace and were treated as trusted adults. They were connected to a biker group in the area. Not all members of the group were involved in the abuse, but a core group of men were. Wallace recalls being taken to a particular house where multiple men were present. It had a dark atmosphere lit by candles, possibly snake-shaped candle holders placed near the fireplace. The setting felt deliberate and staged. Multiple adults were sitting around watching him, which instinctively made him feel unsafe. He was led to a bedroom, restrained, and raped by an adult. His mother's partner's brother spoke to him as if what had just happened was normal, despite the considerable pain and emotional distress that he felt. Wallace asked if he would receive a toy for what had happened. He did receive one, but it was cheap and insignificant. He then realised that there was no real compensation for what had happened to him. The same pattern of abuse occurred on multiple occasions. Wallace recalls seeing other boys and girls present who were usually restrained and drugged. He also recalls being drugged himself and losing consciousness. He would often wake alone or with other abused children, disorientated and distressed. This has caused long-term psychological damage. At one point, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if he recognised them. He had been coached to say these men were his uncles, and that is exactly what he did. He associated authority figures with fear and wanted to avoid saying what he had believed might be the wrong things. As a result, the police intervention did not protect him. No safeguarding followed, and he returned to the abusive environment. The signs of abuse were there and only reinforced Wallace's view that speaking out would not lead to safety. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what had happened to him, and a disclosure which took years. He expected to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse, but instead his disclosure was treated as a mental health issue. He was asked to provide psychiatric and medical notes before any proper investigation would take place. The lack of seriousness from authorities resulted in Wallace's statements being recorded improperly. Due to this experience, he made complaints to the police, to professional bodies, including the General Medical Council, and to other oversight organisations. Each process was slow, fragmented, and obstructive, and continued for years without resolution. During this time, he was forced to relive his experiences repeatedly while being met with scepticism. At no point was his well-being considered, which further compounded his trauma as he once again felt dismissed, disbelieved, and unprotected. Owing to Wallace's abuse, he had experienced long-term psychological harm. This harm has affected his education, relationships, sense of self-worth, and his ability to feel safe. He wishes for his abusers and the authorities who failed him to be held to account, and for his story to help protect other children from similar harm. I'm getting this one confused with another story. The confusing story is still yet to come, and I think it's actually the next one. Yeah, it's this one, so this is the confusing one, sorry. Bear with me. Every single sector was involved, yeah. Every single sector was involved. So Sebastian's is the confusing story. But yeah, anyway, I'll get to it. Sebastian was raised in Scotland in a stable household. Sebastian's mother held down a professional job, owned her own home and car, and the family regularly went on holidays together. Despite this relatively secure background, which was not typical of abuse victims, Sebastian was raped and abused from the age of 6 by family members, without Sebastian's mother's knowledge. These family members instilled in Sebastian the belief that to be safe, you had to give them what they wanted. This led to Sebastian developing a transactional view of interpersonal relationships. At age 11, Sebastian was introduced to these abusive family members. was introduced by these abusive family members to a local cafe owner. The owner gave Sebastian free food, lifts in his car, and free cinema tickets to build trust and a sense of obligation. From there, they began prostituting Sebastian out to a number of people. These included seemingly respectable professionals such as estate agents, solicitors, care support workers for children, and even police officers. Yes. Prostituted out to police officers. Even at boarding school, Sebastian was raped, assaulted and groomed by staff and connected adults, with Sebastian's injuries often being ignored by medical professionals. All of Sebastian's abusers were white British. So for anyone, let me pause that there, for anyone that wants to dare sit here and say that this report is solely based and rooted in racism can go and shove it up the fucking arse. Anyone that wants to sit here and say to me that these victims coming forward and Rupert Law putting this out with the agenda that is solely about one certain sect of people, no, it's not. Here you go. All of his abusers, all of Sebastian's abusers were white British. All of them. So for anyone saying it's racist, racism where just because the majority were not white British, that's not my fault, that's their fault for fucking doing it. And you know what? I think the white British people, the white British men and the women involved should get more of a harsher punishment, because how fucking dare they do that to our own children? How dare they do that to our own babies? You ain't come from a different culture. You ain't come from a culture where that's normal, have you? No, you fucking not. Not that culture's an excuse, might I just add. In adulthood and during the final years of abuse, Sebastian became aware of the wider operation of the grooming networks, both in a quiet rural area and in the city. At age of 40, Sebastian was finally able to escape the cycle of abuse that had lasted for nearly 4 decades. 4 decades, man. Following years of abuse, Sebastian, born as a biological female, transitioned to the opposite sex and now identifies as a trans man. Sebastian transitioned socially at 41 and medically at 48. However, when describing the abuse experienced as a child, it remains important for Sebastian to recognise that these events occurred whilst living as a girl and perceived as such. Sebastian acknowledges that this transformation was, at least in part, a consequence of the abuse experienced, and feels safer from further abuse when presenting as a man. Sebastian recognises the profound impact trauma can have on a person's life and believes that different people find different ways to cope. For some reason, that may mean choosing a particular career or relationship or making unhealthy choices by using substances or alcohol. For Sebastian, transitioning and finding peace in being Seb became the pathway to recovery. Madam. Take 5 minutes, Katie. Take 5 minutes, sweetheart. Yeah. The little Wallace one got me. And it'd obviously been going on for a long time, like from when he was a baby for Wallace. And it's very clear in the story that it's always been transactional, in a sense of he's always been given something afterwards and sort of rewarded in a weird type of way. So after that abuse, obviously, he's like, am I going to get a tie? Am I going to get a tie? And it's just sad that. It's just fucking horrible, isn't it? It's fucking vile, man. It's fucking vile. Like, the most good he thought came out of that was receiving a tie, man. Sebastian describes healing from trauma as a form of transformation. For Sebastian, that transformation has involved a change of personal identity and finding a sense of safety never known while living as a female. Sebastian understands that others may not fully understand the paths people take to cope with trauma, but hopes that at the very least they will try to understand. Sebastian now advocates for other survivors with the aim of protecting vulnerable people and helping to develop local measures to prevent child abuse. Next one is Anna. Guys, if you need to take 5 minutes, please do, my lovelies. Anna was raised in a stable middle-class household with both parents present. She first experienced abuse at the age of 13 by a perpetrator who was almost 18, whom she met through friends. He began their interactions with what is known as a love bombing. He complimented her, messaged her regularly, offered to buy her gifts and alcohol, requested photographs of her and discussed meeting up. They arranged to meet at a local bus stop and go into town. At the last minute, he changed the plan and asked Anna to meet him at the end of the path in a nearby woodland. Upon arrival, his demeanour was cold and aggressive. He demanded that Anna perform oral sex on him and threatened to tell people she knew that she had sent him explicit photographs and that they had already had sex. Feeling threatened and fearful, she complied. Unbeknownst to Anna, he had covertly recorded the incident. A few days later, multiple men added her on Snapchat and began mocking her and taunting her. The perpetrator himself sent Anna the video, laughed and told her that he'd shared it with his boys and brothers, leaving her feeling humiliated, fearful and traumatised. Anna reported the assault to police, but despite explaining the coercion and threats, the case was closed with no investigation into the creation or distribution of the child sexual abuse material. Rumours spread rapidly among Anna's peers, and she was mocked and insulted in public. A year later, Anna encountered 3 Muslim brothers through a friend who was already being groomed and abused by them. They supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes in a public park and waited until she was heavily intoxicated before they began assaulting her. One of the brothers pulled her behind a tree, groped her chest, despite her repeated refusals. When she tried to flee, he pushed her violently against a tree, causing her to hit her head and suffer a concussion. The grooming continued through threats to her family, intimidation, verbal abuse, and cycles of affection, gifts, and coercion. Anna did not feel safe reporting the abuse to the police. On another occasion, she was again supplied with alcohol, and one of the brothers grabbed her body violently, dug his fingernails into her, and yanked her underwear repeatedly while laughing. Anna cried silently, feeling powerless to stop the assault. Afterwards, she tried to cut contact, but one of the brothers located her and banged on the door, shouting while she hid inside until he left. Out of fear, she complied with further demands to meet the brothers, resulting in more assaults. There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held, largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The perpetrators used this time to spread rumours portraying the abuse as consensual and to boast about the assaults. In the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. They pulled faces, pointed and laughed at her, and made rude remarks about her appearance. This behaviour was not addressed by the court. One of the brothers convicted of sexual assault and was taken into custody shouted Allahu Akbar. At the sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna, threatened her and later breached her anonymity online. She blamed the jury, stating that they were all white. She was eventually arrested and charged with malicious communications. Anna states there is a broader failure to confront the role of ethnicity and religion and cultural dynamics in organised sexual exploitation due to fear of accusations of racism. And Anna's words to the inquiry panel: as he left the dock to be taken down to custody, I was literally verbally assaulted by his sister, who shouted Allahu Akbar. I don't think a word exists to describe the evil these fuckers are. I agree. We are not angry enough. Taylor. Taylor was introduced at the age of 12 to older men through her friends, many of whom were adult Muslim men. They began by giving her lifts home from school, sometimes in black cabs and sometimes in their own cars. Taylor saw the men buying gifts for her friends and initially wished she could receive gifts too. On one occasion, instead of being taken to school, she was driven to one of the men's sisters' houses and taught how to cook Asian food. Her friend spent more time with the men, but because her parents expected her to come home straight after school, she had limited contact with them beyond the lifts. She noticed that her friends were already doing adult things such as smoking, drinking, and going to clubs, where she still had a more childlike disposition. This dynamic continued for 3 years until she turned 15, when the abuse began. She started going with her friends to a restaurant run by Muslim men to help with deliveries. This escalated when one of the men who worked there, a 35-year-old Bangladeshi man, kissed her, causing her to run away. The same man later raped her when she was 15. Because her friends were also being abused, Taylor believed it was normal and that the man was her boyfriend. However, when she walked in on him with one of her other friends, she realised this was not the case. After this, her behaviour changed dramatically and she began skipping school and drinking heavily. During a family incident that led to police being called, Taylor's father mentioned in his suspicions that she was being abused by Asian men. The police responded that there was nothing they could do because she had consented. The police were called on multiple occasions regarding the abuse of Taylor and her friends, but they consistently refused to take action. The only time they helped her was when a group of Asian girls called the police. Officers then returned Taylor and her friends home. It took the Asian girls to phone the police for them to be returned home. Taylor believes that they only intervened on that occasion because they did not want to face accusations of racism, given that the call came from Asian women. By the age of 16, she had been introduced to many more men and was constantly being harassed by them over the phone. Some men would initially appear kind and caring, leading her to believe that they were in a relationship, only to lure her into situations where she would be gang raped. They used a combination of false kindness, violent abuse, and alcohol to coerce her and control her. I think we're frozen. Are we back? I think we're back. Okay. Cars would stop in the street and demanded she get in. She would be raped and then taken to the next abuser. She claims that on some nights she was passed to as many as 10 different men, and estimates she was abused by around 100 men in total. One common tactic used by the gangs was to send taxis to pick up drunk girls late at night. The driver would pretend to stop at a shop for a drink, then drive off, leaving the girl behind. A group of men would then rescue her, only to take her to a prearranged house for gang rape. A number of women also played a role in directing the girls to their abusers in exchange for gifts and money. These women would trap the girls in properties or use violence to coerce them. Taylor had witnessed shootings, had knives held to her throat, and had a gun held to her head. The gangs would use the death of one of the other girls as leverage, threatening that anyone who spoke out would be next. Realising she had to escape the abuse, Taylor had made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. She provided the phone numbers of more than 100 Asian men and showed them messages in which the men threatened to rape her mother, beat her father, and burn down the family home. No investigation followed. Both her teachers at school and her GP were aware that something was seriously wrong, but did not pursue their suspicions further. Taylor said to the inquiry panel, "Before they raped me, they would chant Bismillah Rahim Nirahim. Translation: in the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful." Marie. Marie was born in a maternity home for unmarried mothers and grew up with her mother and grandmother. Her mother was cruel and abusive. She would deliberately make Marie cry, touch her inappropriately, and behave violently. This was her own mother. She would go into school with split lips, black eyes, bruising, and marks all over her body. She was never asked what happened, and she was not allowed to go outside, have friends, and was regularly called degrading names. Viewing her medical record as an adult, there were documented concerns from around a year old. Marie had been being abused from around 1 year old by her own mother. There were notes of a rash down below with question marks recorded. There were further entries where it was described as possible nappy rash, again with question marks. 7 years later, doctors made note that she was a child that should be kept an eye on. Her mother refused to discuss her situation with Marie in the room. The record shows that she had significant bowel and gynecological problems. Despite the signs of abuse, no safeguarding action was taken. From around the age of 7, Marie's mother's partner began grooming and sexually abusing her. He would bring her presents and then touch her inappropriately. Marie said to him that what he was doing was bad and she did not like it. He told her that her mother had told him it was allowed. Her mother would ask Marie how she got on with him, demand she thanked him properly, and would threaten to get angry if not. She was complicit and the abuse continued for many years. Her mother would deliberately shame her. When Marie began to menstruate, she thought she was dying, but her mother told her periods were what dirty girls had. She deliberately gave her sanitary pads that would leak so that she could shame and punish her. If she had a spot on her face, she would put a large blob of germaline on her face and tell her not to remove it, otherwise people would not know she was dirty. When she was unwell, her mother would get her partner to rub vapor rub on her chest. Her mother would soak her underwear in bleach and make her wear it, which still causes Marie discomfort to this day. In one instance, her mother and her partner forced a bottle inside her, which was painful. Her mother would attach clothes pegs onto her clitoris to see how long Marie could last. Her mother also groomed her for others, and she had to share a bed with her. Marie was taken to another man's house by her mother's partner where she was raped. He began to traffic her to other perpetrators he knew through his work that operated like an organised group or gang. She became pregnant as a result of her abuse. On 2 occasions, her mother took her to a woman's house. The woman would use a knitting needle to perform the abortions. The woman's husband also raped her. She had bottle tops opened up inside of her vagina, then made to drink what was in the bottle when she was of primary school age. There were instances where she ran into members of her grooming network who would lure her to a secluded location and rape her. The abuse she experienced was extreme sexual violence and degradation. She was raped repeatedly over the years, including anal rape. She was subjected to penetration with objects, she was urinated on, her legs were held open, she was bitten on the back, cut on the leg and strangled. She has lasting injuries. Marie attempted to end her own life at school by walking in front of a van. At college, she drank a bottle of vodka and took a box of tablets in an attempt to kill herself. Have we frozen again? No, we're good. The college counsellor raised concerns and contacted her GP, but nothing was done. Between leaving school and joining college, at 17 she was groomed by a 55-year-old police sergeant. He knew her background and claimed that he would catch her attacker and get justice for her. Instead, one evening he offered to take her out of the house and raped her. He went on to rape her on another occasion. Upon becoming an adult, she went to Women's Aid Refuge for safety. They moved her to a safe location. On one occasion, her mother and partner went to the Women's Aid office, but they refused to give them information and introduced additional measures to protect Marie. While in the safe house, she miscarried, a product of her mother's partner. Following this, Marie drunkenly called her mother and told her what had happened. Even after explaining who impregnated her, her mother said, "We would have loved to have had a baby in the house." This is the same mother that abused Marie from 1 year old. We would have loved to have had a baby in the house. Would you now? Would you fucking now? She went to the police in recent years and told them that she was a survivor of sexual abuse, and they told her to go away and sort her head out. None of the perpetrators have been brought to justice. Take a break, Benny. Not a problem, sweet. Not a problem at all. Please, guys, whenever you need to take a break, do so. This is very, very difficult. It is very, very dark, and it is a lot to process. So take a break when and where you need. I will not be removing this video once it is uploaded after me being live. So when you are ready to come back to it, if you're not wanting to come back right now, you can come back to it whenever you're ready. I know, Debs, I know. Jane grew up in a fractured household, rarely present. Her mother was addicted to drugs and alcohol, regularly using hash and cocaine during Jane's childhood. She tried to end her own life on multiple occasions and left altogether when Jane was 7. Jane's father had significant mental health issues, though until the age of 5 she describes a generally positive relationship with him. However, after meeting a new partner following the departure of Jane's mother, he became colder, more distant, and increasingly abusive. He used his hands and a slipper and came to hit Jane. Jane's mother re-entered her life with a new boyfriend when Jane was 13. The boyfriend was abusive towards Jane's mother and on one occasion raped her in front of Jane. It was around this time that Jane's mother's drug dealer began grooming her via Facebook. He had become aware of the fact that Jane was self-harming and presented himself in a sympathetic and supportive way as a friend. Jane, vulnerable at the time, exchanged messages with him for several months. Eventually, the drug dealer began asking Jane whether she had ever smoked cigarettes, taken drugs, or had sex. During one half-term, he asked to meet with her. She agreed, and he came to Jane's father's house while Jane's father was at work, armed with a kosh. He took her up to the bedroom and told her to strip naked. He said, "You may be 13, but you've got the body of a woman," and raped her before promptly leaving. From then, the drug dealer regularly called Jane and waited outside her school for her. Jane would hide in the staff room and tell teachers that she did not want to leave as she knew what would be waiting for her. The staff did not intervene and would force her to leave the school. The drug dealer regularly took Jane to his girlfriend's house where he would give Jane Valium and cannabis. He would also show her drugs that he took, including heroin, methadone, crack cocaine. The drug dealer sexually abused Jane every day apart from the weekends for several months. Jane was misdiagnosed with a personality disorder at this time. She did not tell anyone about her relationship with the drug dealer until one night during an argument with her mother, who was drunk. Her mother said, "I don't know why you were like this," and Jane replied, "Because I am being fucked by a 50-year-old man and nobody has noticed." The following day, Jane returned from school with the police at her house. The police insisted that Jane, still just 13, would need to testify in court alone against the drug dealer. Intimidated, she did not wish to face him and he was not prosecuted. Following the revelation of Jane's grooming and rape by the drug dealer, Jane's father called her a whore and told her that he wished she would just hurry up and kill herself. The school accused Jane of self-harm to manipulate her father. She was regularly placed in detention and threatened with expulsion due to falling behind with schoolwork. As a result, Jane became increasingly disobedient and suicidal. At the age of 14, Jane began running away from school, taking drugs, and spending time with men a lot older than her. Give me a second, sorry guys. On one occasion, she took an overdose before school in an attempt to end her life. She was taken to hospital after staff told her she would have. Sorry guys, 1 second. She was taken to hospital after staff told her she would have done it in the woods or somewhere private if she actually wanted to die. Her father then came into the hospital and told her to try harder next time as she's wasting everyone's time. Later that day, she attempted suicide by cutting her own throat but failed. Jane was briefly taken into the care at hospital. She was discharged after less than a month and everybody acted like nothing had happened. Her father would not accept her back into the family home, so she was left homeless. Jane spent a short period of time staying with friends until social services were informed about her situation by her aunt. Jane refused to return home, disclosing to social services that she was being physically abused and showed them the bruises on her body. She was then briefly taken into foster care before being moved into a children's home until she was 16 years old. Jane was then moved into a semi-independent living facility for vulnerable young people. After a few months, the female peer at the accommodation invited Jane to what she described as a party. This peer was coercive and intimidating, and Jane did not feel able to refuse. She was taken to a block of flats in Hounslow and expected to be met with a group of people her own age. Instead, the flat was occupied by 6 or 7 Somali men. We're all good, we've got this. Jane was taken into the bathroom by a girl who had brought her there and instructed to shave. She was told that she was being sold to men for sex. Jane did not want to participate but complied out of fear. She was then sexually abused by one of the men and made to sleep in a small child's bed afterwards. The following morning, the girl who took Jane to the flat was then paid by the men. This occurred repeatedly over months, sometimes with multiple other girls present. Jane was told that she needed to gain weight to be more desirable to the men. In response, Jane began purging, which developed into an eating disorder. Jane was blackmailed with the threat of prison by the peer if she disclosed exploitation to anyone. Violence and intimidation became a commonplace at the semi-independent living facility. On one occasion, a young woman returned to the accommodation intoxicated and distressed, saying that she had been abducted and sexually assaulted. The staff, who were aware that the sexual exploitation was taking place on the site, but chose to do nothing about it, responded by accusing her of making it up. Eventually, Jane disclosed her own sexual exploitation to accommodation staff, including the trafficking and exchange of money. She was told that what is happening did not constitute trafficking, as she was over the age of 16. The police were not contacted and no action was taken. Jane was blackmailed by staff with the threat of being blamed for the exploitation of her and others if she was to take complaints any further. Jane's eating disorder intensified and she began self-harming again. She was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and admitted into a psychiatric hospital. Whilst hospitalised, she disclosed the exploitation again. Police interviews took place, but due to her being heavily medicated, Jane was treated as an unreliable witness and no further action was taken. She also disclosed in writing what was happening to her. It was removed from her most recent social care file, but the original clearly states that she wrote a letter to them a year before she was hospitalised and that the police interviewed and matched the letter. The police interview matched the letter. The letter was not acted on by the authorities. Come here. Come here. And shut up then. As a result of her abuse and eating disorder, Jane has developed endometriosis, which has resulted in the loss of half of her uterus. Come this way. Come this way. Come on. Come on. Oh. There you go. Baby, go lie down. Go on. Good boy, lie down. Good boy. Jane has since learned that her records and the semi-independent living facility have been lost or destroyed despite statutory retention requirements. Even into adulthood, Jane has not received any closure, and attempts to get justice have been met with delays, obstruction, and re-traumatisation. Jane states that she believes that children remain at risk due to the culture of silence that persists across the institutions that should be caring for them. Jane stated, I later learned that key records from the children's home were missing or destroyed. Despite the statutory retention requirements, my care file from that placement could not be produced. This has obstructed accountability. Katie's back. Big love, Katie. I hope you're okay, sweetheart. There should be different inquiries based on the ethnicity of the perpetrators because it waters down the religious and ethnic reasons for chosen victims. But in regards to ethnicity, it's not necessarily the ethnicity. It's not necessarily it being singled out by ethnicity that waters it down to religious, because white people can be religiously Muslim too, you know? This is just a starting report to show the extent of which this atrocity has gone to play and been covered up. It's showing the extent and how far and how deep it went into sort of the world of police and the system, essentially. Are you alright? You don't look comfy. Come on. Get comfy. There you go. Oh. There you go. No? Alright, go on. Lie down then. Oh, Starmer sent the warning letters, basically, yeah. 2 minutes, guys. Take a breather. We'll be back in 2 minutes, ready for the next story. The next story we will be on is Leanne. So take a minute. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay, we're back. No worries, Debs. Take the time you need, my darling. Let me just catch up with the chat. My apologies, I thought I was clicking on the other page. Yet again. Puppy therapy. I know, tell me about it. How many did Starmer say were unreliable witnesses? Have any of these people been perpetrated? No. Anyone else debating a stiff drink? Total respect for you doing this, and single-handedly tonight, gut-wrenching stuff. Big love, Marine Boy. It's very, very much gut-wrenching, it is. Don't be sorry at all, Kate. That goes for anyone. Take a break whenever you need. Absolutely, it's a tough one. I'm just speechless. My brain is short-circuiting. I think everyone's is after this. So Leanne's story. Leanne describes a childhood marked by extreme instability, domestic violence, fear and early trauma. From a young age, she was exposed to abuse within her family, including sexual abuse by her uncle, which severely damaged her ability to trust adults or disclose harm. Frequent moves, school disruption, ADHD, bullying and exclusions compounded her vulnerability. By the age of 14, Leanne was drawn into her peer groups linked significantly to older men. These men were adult males, primarily of Kurdish, Iraqi and other Muslim backgrounds. They operated in groups. Grooming was systematic. Alcohol, drugs, accommodation and emotional manipulation were used to entrap her. She was taken to various houses in Sheffield, notably Pittsmore, and other cities, where multiple girls were trafficked and sexually exploited. She was raped repeatedly, drugged, and on at least one occasion held captive and beaten for several days. She witnessed stabbings, shootings, and machete attacks, handled firearms as a child, and was forced into environments of extreme violence. At 15, Leanne became pregnant by an adult Iraqi man. She miscarried and later discovered that her records had been falsified to suggest that she was 16, thereby minimising the seriousness of the offence. Despite repeated missing periods, missing episodes, police intelligence and sexual exploitation strategy meetings, safeguarding failed. The council housing department refused to assist her due to her age. Child protection plans were implemented but did not remove her from danger. Social services and police were aware that she had been associating with older Kurdish men and at high risk of sexual exploitation, yet intervention was weak and inconsistent. No perpetrator was prosecuted for her rape. She eventually escaped exploitation only after becoming a mother at 17 and moving away from the grooming network. As an adult, Leanne lives with chronic physical and psychological harm, including trauma-related fibromyalgia. She has never received justice. She gave her evidence to ensure what had happened is finally acknowledged and not repeated. I need a drink after reading this. I've had a bottle of vodka in the cupboard for a few years because I haven't drank in that long, but I feel like I needed something and I smoke it so much. It's a lot. It's a lot. And does the general public get to hear these things? Not unless we're putting it out there. Not unless we're putting it out there. Lily. Lily was raised in a large, loving working family in the 1970s. Her family life was permanently de-established when the council forced them out of their cottage to build flats. They were evicted from their home and moved into 2 council houses. This was the first time anyone in the family had lived on a council estate. After moving onto the council estate, trouble began immediately. One older boy attempted to take Lily's hand from her mother when she was 5 years old. Her mother reported it to the police, but it was treated like a joke. Years later, the same person went on to rape a 3-year-old. This perpetrator and his brother then began targeting the family. They harassed Lily's mother and beat her father badly. This created an atmosphere of constant fear and chaos. The police frequently attended the family home, turning over belongings and breaking possessions whilst investigating false accusations. Over time, Lily and her siblings were taken into care. Siblings who returned home disclosed severe abuse in the children's home, including rape, violence, humiliation, and intimidation. Lily herself was groomed, repeatedly abducted, and raped by a man from the age of 6. He threatened to harm her sisters if she ever spoke. Lily's sister was sexually abused by her own social worker at age 12. This was actively covered up by management, who pretended he was in a relationship with another social worker to deflect his suspicion. He gained legal guardianship over Lily's sister and eventually married her. He was paid by the local authority, and her sister never completed her education. Lily witnessed children being selected by staff and handed over to foreign taxi drivers over many years. In the children's home, Lily was violently assaulted and sexually abused by staff. Management figures dismissed or covered up the abuse. She also suffered numerous violent injuries from staff. The most serious was a head injury that resulted in lasting neurological damage. Later in childhood, she was diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. After returning to school with serious injuries, Lily was sent back home to her parents. At age 14, upon returning to the estate, she was gang raped by older men and boys. She did not report this to the police. As an adult, Lily learned that the police and council records of her abuse had been hidden for decades. Operation Marmion briefly acknowledged her account before being shut down at a senior level. She was told the perpetrators were out of jurisdiction, dead, or untraceable, and nobody has been held accountable. The public will know if we can share it being read like ENQUIRY is doing. The MSM won't cover this as openly as this. No, they won't. And even the MSM that are covering it are only speaking about certain bits. They will not read the whole thing. They will not read all the accounts. I'm going to head out for a smoke, BRB. No worries, Jay. No worries. Take with your time. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Wait until you know what the rich and powerful did to kids. It's horrible and wouldn't make any sane person. I know. This is literally just the tip of the iceberg. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Big up Sean in the house. Lily stated to the rape gang inquiry panellists they would toot the horn of the car and then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home. Next story is from Grace. Grace was raised without a father and with a mother who met her basic physical needs but was emotionally cold, neither nurturing nor affectionate. She believes this early life experience contributed to a lack of emotional security and increased vulnerability in later in life. At 4 years old, she was sexually abused by a babysitter. She has no memory of the abuse and states that it does not directly trouble her emotionally. Grace's mother prevented contact with her estranged father without giving any reason, causing Grace to rebel against her. By secondary school age, her behaviour deteriorated significantly. She began getting into cars with adult men who offered her cannabis, music, food and lifts. She stated that the majority of the men who groomed her were Pakistani, although some white men acted as intermediaries and assisted in the grooming of the girls. She was raped on multiple occasions by adult men, often while intoxicated. Because she had been drinking, she believed that she was responsible for the abuse. At 15, she believed she was in a relationship with an adult man, a situation that lasted for around 5 years. During that time, she experienced domestic violence, rape and coercive control. She reported the perpetrators to the police, wishing only to prevent other children from experiencing the abuse. However, the police arrested and interviewed some of the men about Grace without consulting her in advance or assessing the potential impact on her. She felt pushed into prosecution without adequate preparation or support. She found the process abrupt and poorly explained, and as a consequence of the police's handling of the case, she experienced flashbacks, panic attacks, and a relapse into substance misuse. Another partner was a paedophile involved in the grooming gangs who sexually abused her children and others. He stalked, harassed, and threatened the family. He manipulated police investigations for years. Police repeatedly failed to seize devices, link cases, or act on stalking logs, or protect her and her children. Non-molestation orders and bail conditions were breached without consequence, and the cumulative impact includes severe mental illness, displacement, loss of employment, and ongoing fear. Grace stated to the inquiry panel, "If I got raped tomorrow, I would never come back to the police again, because what's the point? It's just a pointless process that leaves you feeling even worse because you're either not believed, or you're not taken seriously, or they don't use the tools they've got to investigate properly because it's too hard." I speak to Corinne, she got booted from the inquiry. There's been some stuff that's been going around in terms of that. With what's going on in the background, I can't tell you why she was booted. There's people saying they were booted because they weren't white victims. There was people saying that they were booted because their perpetrators were white. But from what I've read, having read the whole 219 pages, that doesn't seem to be the case, because they spoke about, there's a section at the end where they spoke about the fact that there was multiple girls of other ethnicities and religions, stating them specifically, Sikhs, Muslims, for example, that were abused, raped, groomed, and basically given the same treatment as these white girls. The only reason it stopped is because those communities that it was happening to, for example, the Sikh community, came together and threatened and fought off the Muslims. Our community hasn't done that. Our community can't do that because we know what happened to them. I mean, as you've seen, we've seen white perpetrators throughout this as well as, so I don't know what's going on behind the background. It could even be a case of, because of how long this report is in itself and there's only a few victim testimonies in this, that she might need to be brought back for something else. It could be that these people haven't had the chance to put their story out yet and she may have done. There could be all types of stuff to it. Don't worry, Phantasm, don't worry at all. I'm guessing it's so to show how far back these events has been. Yeah, and these go back to the 1950s. So, Victoria. Victoria gave evidence as the mother of a vulnerable teenager who started in a local college in 2022. In 2023, her daughter abruptly converted to Islam. Victoria discovered Muslim clothing, a Quran and a prayer mat hidden under the bed. Her daughter began quoting the Quran and praying 5 times a day. This sudden change coincided with a secret relationship with an Algerian Muslim student who held strong Islamic beliefs. She became disrespectful to her family and started speaking completely negatively about Britain. Victoria says her daughter changed completely. The boyfriend exerted coercive control. He held her daughter's banking details and via Face ID, controlled her social media, isolated her from her family, and imposed strict Islamic practices. Concerned by this, Victoria contacted the police and reported the controlling behaviour and sudden conversion. The police said that they would refer her daughter to social services as she was still a child. When social services visited, they learned that her daughter was being made to take contraception. They also discussed the nature of her new Islamic beliefs. The social worker said that she would refer her to Women's Aid for support with the coercive and controlling relationship. Victoria asked the social worker to look into the partner's background, but the college did not respond to the social worker's inquiries. Victoria then contacted the college's safeguarding lead herself. The lead agreed that it sounded like exploitation and referenced the case to prevent the British government's counter-terrorism programme designed to safeguard vulnerable people from radicalisation and terrorism. Her daughter's diet changed dramatically. She stopped eating bacon, ate far less than before, spent a lot of time in and out of hospital but never explained why to her mother. Her mental health had also deteriorated severely. After meeting the man, she repeatedly attempted suicide by cutting and made desperate calls, saying that she would kill herself. During one emergency hospital stay, the police removed her daughter from Victoria and threatened Victoria with arrest. They then transported the girl to the address of her abuser's brother, despite Victoria's explicit warnings about the danger. There, her daughter was subjected to mental and physical abuse, including strangulation, death threats, rape, and financial exploitation. Money was funneled through the abuser's brother's bank account. The man and his family racially abused her, calling her a white slag, and pressured her to drop all complaints and marry him. Prevent's involvement was catastrophically delayed. The college's safeguarding lead initially told Victoria that referrals had been made and accepted, but later evidence shown that they were sent late, incorrectly, or not at all. Arrests were delayed for months, and rape allegations were eventually dropped due to lack of evidence only after limited phone checks. Victoria concluded that the systematic failure and institutional reluctance to address Islamist-related safeguarding had placed her daughter in grave danger. Victoria had stated to the inquiry panel, "The local mosque where the boyfriend used to go is known for extreme radical views, and I feel that the children and young adults that were attending that mosque are being taught what to go out and do in the community and to ask children at schools to preach." We have our own abhorrent individuals just like every other country around the world. The current crisis is being watered down as if it's a British norm, but it's not at this amount of numbers up. It shouldn't be normal. It's been made to seem as if it's normal when it shouldn't be. It is absolutely abhorrent. Like you said, we do have our own abhorrent individuals, and I think for the same as them as I do for the ones that aren't our own, this should be more than life sentences. I don't know if I can say on here what I would do or what sentences I would give these people. And that goes for whether they're our own or not. If you've been part and parcel of doing stuff like this to children, there are certain punishments I think you deserve. I don't care what colour you are, I don't care what creed you are, I don't care what background you are. If you are doing this to children or are involved in any way in doing this to children, facilitating it, doing it yourself, watching it happen and letting it happen, ignoring it, allowing it and enabling it to happen, you deserve some of the worst punishments my mind can even imagine. Eleanor was born into a financially comfortable family, but despite this, she had a childhood marked by instability, emotional neglect, and lack of adult protection. Her parents separated, and after moving away with her mother and two sisters, she lived in poorer conditions and saw much less of her father. Without her extended family around her, and with a mother who was emotionally distant, she was left to grow up largely on her own. Her desire for adult attention resulted in poor behaviour at school. She was expelled in Year 7 and placed in a pupil referral unit, which she was eventually excluded from as well. She attributes her disruptive behaviour to a lack of desire and emotional capacity to engage with her education, as well as the lack of structure in her life. She was preoccupied with seeking attention, validation, and care. By the age of 13, she began to be groomed by older men who she encountered locally, usually in the town centre. Some were older white men, but there were also Muslim men connected to a newly opened restaurant in the area. As the grooming continued, Eleanor's behaviour deteriorated significantly. She had frequent encounters with the police and was arrested often. During this time, older men gave her drugs and kept her in various houses. She believed these men were looking after her and offering her the care that she craved. While this was ongoing, her mother was unaware of her location, but did not report her missing. No authority intervened regarding why she was often missing, arrested, and spending significant amounts of time with adult men. When she was 14, she returned home one day after being away and no one answered the door. Eleanor climbed onto the roof of the house and managed to get inside. She discovered that the house was completely empty. Her mother had thrown everything away, including childhood photographs and personal items, and had left without telling her. She went to social services of her own volition and was instructed to go to her father. She was expected to travel to him on a train alone. She had no meaningful relationship with her father and only spoke to him occasionally. When Eleanor arrived, he made it clear that his new partner was his priority and that she and her sisters came second. His partner tried to get her into a more stable path and back into education, but due to her previous exclusions, schools repeatedly refused her. In an ethnic minority area, she was explicitly told by one school that she could not be admitted because she was an English girl and would be the only one. She was placed in a pupil referral unit, but the behaviour of the other students there did little to give her a sense of safety, structure, and aspiration she needed. She therefore ran away often. Frequent running away resulted in repeated arrests, and eventually social services decided that she could be contained in a family setting and took her into care. While in care, she became more visible and accessible to the men who were already looking for vulnerable girls, and she was once again groomed. On one occasion, some adult men approached her and offered her alcohol and a lift. She drank a small amount and quickly became unwell and lost consciousness. When she woke, she was aware that she was inside a house that appeared to be decorated for an Asian wedding, but she lost consciousness again. When she finally awoke properly, she found herself abandoned on the side of the road, unclothed, injured, and disorientated. She managed to make it back to her children's home. However, she was not asked what happened, taken to hospital, or had any record made of the incident in her files. Following the incident, Eleanor went missing far more frequently. She would sleep rough in doorways, abandoned buildings, and taxis. No one at the care home asked her any questions about why this was happening. She was transferred to a different children's home where men regularly collected girls from outside of the home and sometimes came inside the building itself. The staff allowed this to happen. The men offered food, alcohol, places to stay, and a sense of belonging, but in reality, they were there to sexually exploit children. Eleanor became involved with an older man who she believed was her boyfriend. He was involved in the drug trade, and she was taken to Jersey and kept in a hotel for several days. She was not allowed to leave freely. Upon returning to the care home, no one questioned where she had been. She continued to be arrested for low-level offences, particularly shoplifting. She was eventually placed in a young offenders institution. On one occasion, she was punched while being arrested, and this experience, amongst others, destroyed any trust she had in the police. From this point onwards, she saw the police as just another threat. When she was 17, Eleanor was present at a stabbing incident involving men connected to the grooming network that had been abusing her. She was not involved in the violence, but gave the victim first aid and called emergency services. She was arrested at the scene and charged under the doctrine of joint enterprise with the conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm with intent. The case did not come to trial until 2 years later, when Eleanor was an adult, and so she was tried as an adult. She was sentenced to 2 years in prison. She believed she was criminalised for circumstances that arose directly from exploitation, neglect, and systematic failure, rather than being protected from them. Before serving her sentence, she became pregnant by an older man and entered into an Islamic marriage with him. Believing he might provide stability and protection, she was imprisoned with her young baby, an experience that she found deeply distressing. Following her release, she was subjected to domestic abuse and coercive control. This abuse was not always physical. It involved isolation, monitoring restrictions on her behaviour, and the constant erosion of her sense of self. She was controlled through fear, guilt, and religious obligation. She was not allowed independence or employment, and others were told that she was mentally unwell. This further isolated her. She met and married another man who took her to Saudi Arabia. She was entirely dependent on her husband for everything and was not allowed to leave the house without him. She felt isolated and powerless. This experience made her realise that she needed to leave Islam, but she knew that apostasy carried a very serious consequence and so kept it to herself. However, she was eventually able to escape Saudi Arabia and return to the United Kingdom with her children. Back in Britain with no homework or money, she was raped by another man, became pregnant again, and felt forced into another marriage. Her abuse continued. She eventually escaped the situation after studying in secret and building up her sense of identity and confidence enough to make a new life for herself. Eleanor believes much of the harm that she experienced could have been avoided had institutions adequately protected her. Children's services did not safeguard her, the education system excluded her, and the police criminalised her. There was 2 girls in my year who were chavs. They started hanging around with migrant lads and wagging school. At the leavers party they arrived in headscarves with covered faces. I was shocked. They were groomed oozard. I don't get it. Is there no rope anywhere in Britain? Don't know, boss. Don't know. Not sure. Apparently not. The cowardly evil authorities blamed the underage girls, saying they had made an informed lifestyle choice to be a child prostitute. Yep. Not only ethnic minorities, but also white men and white men in power. Yep. Eleanor stated to the inquiry panel, I'd had friends that were Muslim, girlfriends, and this never happened to them. They would be in the cars with us sometimes, but the men would treat them differently. This next story is quite sad and quite distressing. I'm not saying the other ones haven't been. But basically, from this story onwards, there's a lot of stuff that gets darker, so if you need to take a minute, please do. Remember, guys, if you can, all I'm asking is for you to drop the like to push this video out and to share it, even if it's just to one person. Share it to one of your social medias. Make sure people are able to come in and hear it and listen to the stories from these girls and hear what's been going on in our country and what still goes on in our country. People need to know. So if you can share this out, I will be gratefully appreciative of that. It is something that everyone needs to hear and see. As horrible as it is, everyone needs to hear it. Much love to you all that are here at the minute, and for those that have stayed the whole time, massively appreciate you all. You're all absolute legends. The video will be up after the live. It might not be up straight away because it's got processed first, but I won't take it down. If it does come down, it will be YouTube that has taken it down because of the content of the video, but I will not be taking it down, so it should still be up. If there's any issues, we'll deal with it. So the next story, no worries, Vixie, no worries. The next story is from Rachel. Rachel is the mother of a daughter who died aged 12 after taking an overdose. Her daughter was a joyful, creative, academically engaged child from a stable and loving home. She was, however, autistic, which made her more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. Following the lockdown response to COVID-19, her behaviour dramatically changed and she became withdrawn, depressed, and began self-harming. Rachel's daughter disclosed that she had been orally raped by a white British boy from her school. The disclosure devastated her family and her. When the police eventually attended the family home, she was told that it would be her word against his and that the process would take years and that it involved extensive paperwork. This interaction caused her to shut down and withdraw her complaint, and the police investigation went no further. Despite assurances to the contrary, the alleged perpetrator remained in school and safeguarding was ineffective. She was subjected to relentless bullying and physical assaults by girls linked to the perpetrator, which were filmed and shared online. The police took weeks to respond and failed to act on the video evidence or threats. Rachel's daughter was abused and threatened on Snapchat and other platforms daily. The intimidation escalated when the perpetrator's brother adult brother attended the family home and attempted to force entry. The police advised that the family should consider moving house. Rachel's son was also assaulted at the school. On the night of her death, Rachel's daughter took an overdose of coltrane, stating that she just wanted everything to stop. She suffered multiple organ failure and died days later. Even after her death, the abuse continued. Rachel believes that her daughter was failed by the police, her school, and the Crown Prosecution Service. She states that she was effectively murdered by institutional failure. Jen. Jen's childhood was characterised by emotional neglect and lack of safety. Her emotional needs were not recognised or prioritised by the adults in her life, particularly by her parents, who were absent much of the time. Within the wider family context, boundaries were blurred and inappropriate dynamics were normalised. For example, family members introduced her to drugs and alcohol around the age of 13. Throughout secondary school, Jen was bullied, but staff did little to help despite her obvious distress. On the contrary, they contributed to her victimisation. Much of the bullying stemmed from an incident after her first year in which a teacher refused to allow Jen to use the toilet, resulting in Jen wetting herself and being made to stay in soiled clothes for the rest of the day. The teacher faced no repercussions. Jen began self-harming and running away from home, and the only adult she felt she could confide in committed suicide around this time. Into adolescence, Jen had no stable sense of self-worth and no adults who constantly protected or advocated for her. Her self-harm worsened and she experienced suicidal thoughts, yet safeguarding responses remained absent. Jen began to believe that she was not worth protecting, and as a result became increasingly vulnerable to exploitation. At 13, adult men began contacting her online, giving her a sense of validation and belonging. Sexual conversations were common, including one man encouraging Jen to insert a knife into her vagina. At 15, offline grooming began with a group of white British men who presented themselves as sympathetic friends to the vulnerable Jen. Though she was not raped by those men, one told her that touching was okay, but we can't have intercourse until you're 16 because of the law. At the age of 17, we just had a bit of a glitch there. At the age of 17, Jen was introduced to a gang of Iraqi Kurdish men, Muslim men, by a friend who she now believes was herself groomed. The gang members, all of whom were illegal migrants, trafficked Jen to numerous towns and cities across the Midlands, where she was raped by multiple men at what were described as parties. On one occasion, she was anally raped in the park by one of the gang members. She was taken on drug runs and witnessed the slaughtering of a lamb in the bathroom of a house. She describes a closed and intimidating social world governed by fear, loyalty and silence, in which racially supremacist attitudes were openly and regularly expressed. Whilst British people were described as white trash and white girls were described as English pig dogs. Perpetrators insisted that children choose exploitation, and Britain and its institutions were described as soft and easy to exploit. Well, they weren't fucking wrong because they're doing it. And they were fucking getting away with it, so they weren't wrong with it. They boasted of receiving free money from the British state, and on multiple occasions Jen was forced to fill in asylum benefit applications on their behalf. Jen witnessed intimidation, violence, trafficking, asylum fraud, sexual exploitation, including the drugging and raping of children as young as 13, and the aftermath of a gang-related murder while she was involved with the group, and was thus afraid to defy or disclose against its members. The gang became increasingly controlling and abusive, isolating Jen from her friends and family. Her movements, communications, and decisions were closely monitored and restricted, and any attempt to assert independence was met with threats. She suffered emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse, and at 18 became pregnant as a result of rape. Jen was repeatedly told that she was inferior and unclean as a non-Muslim. Religious coercion escalated into forced conversion to Islam, partially due to her pregnancy. She was taken to a dark and dingy flat that had been converted into a mosque and she was married by an imam to an Islamic. She was taken into a dark and dingy flat that had been converted into a mosque and married by an imam in an Islamic ceremony without giving consent. The marriage was used as a mechanism to legitimise control over her, and restrictions on her behaviour increased. During the pregnancy, the threats intensified. Jen was told she had no right to leave or make decisions about her child because to do so would be anti-Islamic. Her behaviour was tightly controlled, including an instruction not to eat pork, as her father believed it would make the baby gay. She was instructed not to eat pork as the father believed it would make the baby gay. She was told that disclosure to the authorities would result in shame and punishment. Nevertheless, she attempted to report the situation to the police, but no action was taken. The ideological and religious dimensions of her trafficking and abuse were minimised, and her disclosures were reframed as relationship issues or cultural matters before being dismissed and exaggerated as unreliable. After the birth of her daughter, Jen's access to her child was restricted and used as a means of leverage. The father, an Iraqi illegal migrant, repeatedly took their daughter to Iraq, despite having claimed asylum in Britain on the basis that he could not safely remain in Iraq. While there, she was exposed to firearms, including AK-47s. When her daughter was 3 years old, Jen contacted the police after the father threatened to take their daughter to Iraq and never bring her back. The police responded that it was a civil matter and did not intervene. Jen has not spent a single one of her daughter's birthdays with her since she was 9 years old and has had minimal contact with her for several years. Her father continues to take her to Iraq regularly. Jen now lives with complex PTSD, anxiety, depression, disassociation, periods of agoraphobia, and persistent fear and distress in relation to her daughter's safety and autonomy. These difficulties significantly impair her ability to function day to day. She gives evidence so that religiously motivated coercive abuse is properly recognised and confronted, even when doing so is politically, culturally, or socially controversial. Jen stated to the ENQUIRY, "They have no compassion for the young girls that are out on the streets, as they see us as slags, white trash, or English pig dogs." Came up a lot. Muslims don't like pigs and they don't like dogs, so they hate dogs and they hate pigs, and they put a woman on the same level as that. And just catch up with the chat. Appreciate what you're doing. Big love to you all. This report is just a snippet of the crimes and abuses that went on. It does not mention the firebombings of the girls and their families. Take them in, don't worry, be all good. My Girl of a Foundation supports the victims. The system that's supposed to protect, save and care has not changed and will always fail. This is the thing, this isn't just historic, this is also happening currently. I hear Rupert Lowe is going to find the girls who were smuggled abroad. Not eating pork seems to make you grow up a vile predator. Go on, Exactamundo. Next one. This is Kate's story. Kate grew up in a deeply dysfunctional and unsafe household where violence and sexual abuse and neglect were commonplace. Social services had been involved with the family since before Kate was born, primarily due to the neglect of her siblings by her parents and the behaviour of her older half-brother, who was physically violent. He, along with Kate's father, sexually abused Kate from a young age, something that was not identified by social services for several years. When she was around the age of 5, Kate and her 2 brothers were removed from the care of their biological parents and placed in a foster home. It was determined that they could not return to their parents' custody, and they were adopted by a couple from a town around 50 miles away. Kate and her brothers settled in well to their new home and family environment, and for the next 7 years, Kate's life was happy and stable, with her adoptive parents providing love and support that her biological parents had failed to give her. Kate's adoptive parents were committed Christians, and the family attended local church every Sunday. Much of Kate's social life outside school revolved around church activities, including youth groups and spending time with her other families within the church community. At the school, she performed exceptionally well and was identified as gifted and talented across a range of subjects. She rarely got into trouble and, despite suffering from low self-esteem, was well regarded by teachers and peers alike. Kate maintained a limited circle of friends and directed most of her energies into her studies, which provided her with a sense of achievement, structure and self-worth. Big love, Hayley. Appreciate it, sweet. We're going, BK Carver, we're going. Kate was highly ambitious and optimistic about the future. She held herself to very high standards and aspired to attend university, complete a PhD and pursue a career in archaeology or paramedicine. She was also driven by a strong sense of family and looked forward to getting married and having children of her own. 2 seconds for me, my darlings. Gee, toilet. Take a break for a minute, my lovelies, and then we'll continue with Kate's stories. Give me 2 minutes. Oh, we're back. Big love, Nelly. 3 hours in, I'm late to the live. We'll listen at work tomorrow. Well done, Kate, covering this. Big love to you, sweetheart. Like I said to you all, for anyone who's struggling or is late to it, this will be up after I've gone live. I'm not going to take it down or anything like that. If you do want to support, sharing it out and giving it a like is the best thing you can do for this live to get it out there. It isn't something that's going to be heavily monetized, if at all, because of the topics that we're talking about. YouTube doesn't like it at all. So the best form of support for this would be to share it and like it, my lovelies. Again, if you are struggling, take a break. You're more than welcome to come back to it at a later date, as it will be kept up on YouTube. Carrying on with Kate's story. At the age of 12, Kate began to receive sex education at school. She had found these lessons upsetting, as up to this point her understanding of what had happened to her during her early childhood was very limited. Social services had failed to identify the abuse at the time, and so it had never been acknowledged, discussed, or explained to her. She entered adolescence confused about what had happened to her and without a clear understanding of healthy boundaries and inappropriate behaviour. She lacked the self-confidence to confide in an adult, and this left her vulnerable. Kate came to realise that the abuse she had suffered at the hands of her biological father and half-brother was not normal or legal. She began to experience a growing sense of shame, self-fear and self-blame, and felt a deep uncertainty about her identity, body and relationship with others. She soon began to experience suicidal thoughts. Still just 12 years old, Kate decided to take her own life. One Saturday night, after her family had gone to sleep, she left her home in the early hours and walked into a secluded location where she intended to commit suicide, hoping she would not be found. She paused beneath a tree to shelter her from the rain, and after a while she heard a group of men approaching. By their tone, Kate suspected that they were drunk, and when they saw her they began jeering. They called her a no-homer and suggested that she would stay warm on their dicks. Kate, terrified and regretful, waited for the men to pass before attempting to return home, but as she was walking, she was grabbed from behind by one of the men. Kate was overpowered by the 3 men, forced to the ground, her arms and legs were pinned, and the men took turns to orally and vaginally rape her. When it ended, the men hit her repeatedly and threatened to find her, kill her, and harm her loved ones if she ever told anyone about what had happened. So violent was the assault, Kate's clothes were left blood-stained. Traumatised, she walked across the town to her family's church, knowing that her parents would be there in a few hours. She sat on the porch and cried for several hours before deciding to return home. While she was walking, both a van and a taxi driver stopped to ask if she was okay given her dishevelled appearance and visible distress. She replied that she was. When she arrived home, she hid her blood-stained clothes and went to sleep. Kate did not disclose the assault to anyone, and her mental and physical health rapidly deteriorated. She began self-harming and her suicidal thoughts intensified. She attempted to take her own life on multiple occasions over the following months and was admitted into hospital many times as a result. She started getting bullied at school. Concern for her welfare escalated, but Kate resisted in every attempt by her parents and teachers to intervene. She was assigned a child and adolescent mental health services practitioner by the local authority, with whom she started regular counselling sessions, but Kate did not find this either effective or helpful, and she continued to keep the assault hidden. The professionals concluded that her deteriorating health was linked to her early life trauma. Later that year, Kate received a message on social media from one of the abusers. To this day, Kate does not know how they found her. The message was a video of the assault. They threatened to share it with Kate's friends and family if she did not comply with their demands. Kate feared that if they did so, the bullying would worsen and she would get into trouble. Once again, she did not disclose the incident to anyone, and believing she could resolve the blackmail, she went to meet them. She was instructed to come into a house in the local town centre. She was taken inside, and all 3 abusers were present. They proceeded to rape her again, this time making clear that she was being filmed. Following this, they told Kate that she had now worked for them and was expected to do as she was told, for otherwise the footage would be leaked. She was given a phone and told always to remain contactable. In the period that followed, Kate was required to meet the two chief abusers frequently. They introduced her to other men in their network, and she was repeatedly subjected by them as well to sexual abuse. Kate was also forced to participate in webcam abuse sessions, which generated revenue for the abusers. If the live stream did not generate what they considered to be a satisfactory amount of money, Kate was punished. The constant shifting of expectations was used as a method of control. Kate gradually became more open with her counsellors, though she still did not disclose the full extent of what was happening to her. She began to refer to her initial assault as the event. They then soon worked out that she had been raped, though they did not suspect that there was ongoing abuse. They shared their concerns with Kate's parents, and almost a year after the initial assault, Kate's mother confronted her about the suspicions that she, Kate's father, and the social services had formed. Kate confirmed to her mother that she had been raped. Soon after the disclosure, Kate was taken to a sexual assault rape centre for further counselling. The SARC therapist encouraged Kate to report the initial assault to the police. Kate hoped that doing so would lead to an intervention that would stop the ongoing abuse, but was far too frightened to name the perpetrators, fearing reprisals from the gang. Nevertheless, she reported the assault to the police, providing them with as much information as possible, and was brought in for questioning with her mother. At the police station, Kate was taken into the interview room. Before the interview began, and without Kate's mother present, Kate was told that this was her last chance to say that her report was untrue. She was warned that if any part of her account could not be supported by evidence, that she could and would be arrested for an extended period of time. Both officers repeatedly told her how much trouble she would be in if any of the detail of her statement was disproved, and that she could withdraw the allegation before the interview started, with no further consequences. They also suggested that her parents would be relieved if she said that the incident did not happen. Still just 12 years old and already deeply traumatised, Kate became overwhelmed by the pressure she felt the officers were placing on her and said what she believed they wanted to hear her say. The rape had not taken place. This interaction occurred before the recording had begun, and as a result, the formal interview did not reflect on the coercion that took place. Kate felt unable to disclose anything further, including the abuse that was going on at the time. Because she felt like she was not being believed or taken seriously, the police report recorded in the incident as a withdrawal from the complaint. Following this experience, Kate again attempted to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, Kate's mother found content in Kate's diary describing the rape. She encouraged Kate to speak to the police again, but she explained that the police had previously pressured her to withdraw her complaint. Nevertheless, Kate returned to the police station and this time completed the interview. Some weeks later, Kate's parents discovered sexually explicit messages in her phone between Kate and several adult men, including sexual photographs. These were reported to the police, but it was concluded that Kate was engaging with these men consensually, despite being just 13 years old. Kate, still afraid of retribution from the gang, denied all knowledge of these exchanges and was not questioned further. Over the course of the following year, Kate went missing on numerous occasions, including during school hours and late nights. She alleges that no record was made of her absence. The gang was blackmailing her into doing what they called jobs, sexual abuse by gang members and their associates, for which the gang received payment. These included webcamming, gang rapes, parties, cop nights, and red rooms. Kate was raped multiple times a week, sometimes 2 to 4 times a day. During this time, Kate encountered another girl whom the gang was exploiting. Kate, then 14, suspected that the girl was younger than her. On the night that they met, Kate had been instructed to meet 2 of the gang members in a secluded location at night. When Kate arrived, they were holding the girl tightly around the neck. One of the gang members told Kate that the girl was being broken into that night, and that the men she would be servicing were particularly brutal. Kate attempted to intervene, telling the gang members that she would take on the jobs instead. In response, the gang members beat and raped her. Kate went on to work with this girl on numerous occasions, and they became very close. Throughout the first half of the next year, the exploitation intensified, and Kate made another attempt to take her own life. Shortly afterwards, she entered into a relationship with a relative of one of the gang members, leading to a temporary pause in the abuse. The relationship lasted for almost a year, but when it came to an end, the exploitation resumed almost immediately. Later that year, Kate, then 16, experienced the most significant missing episode to date. During this incident, the gang trafficked Kate to a town far from her home, where she was restrained and raped repeatedly on a canal boat, including, she alleges, by a police officer. At one point, Kate tried to escape but was caught, and the gang beat her and cut off as much of her hair as punishment. Kate attempted to escape a second time and was successful. She reached a nearby house and knocked for help. The woman who lived there took Kate in and gave her clothes, as Kate's own clothes had been badly damaged by the abusers and she was partially naked. The woman called the police, who attended the property. The woman attempted to remove the rope that remained around Kate's wrists, but was instructed by police to leave them in place as they were considered evidence. Kate was hesitant to speak to the police, given both the recent alleged abuse by a serving officer and the wider context of threats, coercive control, and physical and sexual violence that she had been experiencing. Nevertheless, she disclosed what had happened on the canal boat, but not the historic exploitation, fearing reprisals to the police. She also did not report that she had been raped by a police officer. The investigation did not progress, and the police accused Kate of lying about the exploitation. This represented a turning point in Kate's dealings with the police, as she thereafter felt that she could not turn to them for help, fearing that she would not be believed. Kate was placed on a child protection plan by the local authority. She shared a diary with one of the social workers containing the details of the sexual abuse she had been suffering, though once again she was not believed. During this period, Kate was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. Soon after, Kate alleges she was raped in a hotel by a man she believed to be a doctor. The police were called to the hotel as staff were concerned that she was a prostitute. When the police arrived, she was found alone and naked in the room, having been left there by the abusers and instructed to wait for more men to arrive. At this point, both Kate's family and the professionals involved in her care began to express frustration with what they perceived to be her lifestyle choices. They did not believe that she was being exploited and instead assumed that she, still 16, was willingly meeting adult men. The misinterpretation of Kate's situation had a profound impact on how professionals responded to her following the months and years, because they believed her behaviour was voluntary. Subsequent incidents, such as unexplained absences, being found in hotels, receiving inappropriate messages, or associating with adult men, were treated as matters of personal choice rather than indicators of ongoing exploitation. As a result, these events were not treated as a safeguarding concern. Instead of exploring the possibility that she was being coerced or controlled, professionals increasingly frame the issue as one of behavioural difficulty, risk-taking, or non-compliance. This perspective, Kate alleges, influenced the decision-making across agencies. Referrals were closed prematurely, safeguarding meetings did not lead to the proactive action, and the disclosures or partial disclosures were not pursued with the seriousness she felt they required. The assumption that she was engaging in consensual activity meant that the professionals did not intervene effectively, even when the circumstances strongly indicated exploitation. This perspective reinforced her isolation, reduced her ability to seek help, and ultimately allowed the exploitation to continue and escalate. On one occasion around this time, concerns were raised at Kate's school. She was escorted to an office where an assistant ed teacher, the designated safeguard lead, and a PCSO police officer and her social worker, the school nurse, and head of year were present. They prevented her from leaving the room and pressed her for names and details of all the individuals involved with the abuse. At the time, due to fear of coercion and threats she felt like she was under, she did not feel safe to provide the information they were requesting. Instead, she provided the nicknames of some of the individuals involved. Kate was visibly shaking and repeatedly asked to leave, explaining that she would be in significant danger if she revealed further information. After the meeting concluded, Kate was allowed to leave, but no protective measures were put in place. She was not supervised, safeguarded, or provided with any immediate safety planning. Despite indicators of fear and coercion, she was permitted to return home and continue her usual routine. No follow-up action was taken to monitor her well-being in the days that followed. After the meeting at the school, Kate's abusers made it clear that they knew she'd spoken to the police. They told her that they were very aware of every time she'd spoken to the police, as they had people on the inside. They accused her of snitching, telling her that she would pay for it. Shortly afterwards, she was taken to a remote, wooded location. The young girl whom Kate had met before was also present. Initially, Kate believed that they had taken her there for another job. These men subjected the girl to extreme sexual and physical violence while Kate was forcibly restrained and made to witness what happened. Kate alleges that the girl was then murdered in front of her. Following the incident, Kate reports that the abusers used what had happened as a direct and ongoing threat to ensure Kate's silence. They repeatedly told her that the murder had occurred because she had spoken to police and insisted that it was her fault. This message was delivered consistently and became a central part of their coercive control. They made it clear that the same thing could happen to Kate or others if she disclosed anything again. On another occasion, Kate reports that she was taken from her local church on a Sunday morning service. She was taken into a nearby city an hour away to do some jobs. She alleges she was raped in the car on the way to the city. She eventually managed to get away from her perpetrators, but they followed and caught up with her and dragged her off to a canal path and raped her. After the perpetrators left, Kate left the structure and attempted to walk back along the canal path. She was visibly injured, distressed, and her clothing was damaged. A group of men who were fishing nearby saw her in this state and contacted the police. Emergency services attended. She was taken to hospital for medical attention. Kate reports that no effective safeguarding measures were put in place following this incident. When Kate turned 17, she joined a local college. This transition created significant change in her routine. She had more independence, fewer supervised hours, less direct oversight from adults compared to with her previous school. This increased her vulnerability, and individuals exploiting her were able to take advantage of the additional freedom and reduced monitoring associated with college life. Kate's parents found it increasingly difficult to keep her safe and she was placed in the edge of care services under the age of 18. She stayed at the care home 2 nights a week as a respite care for her family. During this period, she reports that she was trafficked by the gang to London. While there, she was subjected to repeated sexual exploitation. At one point, she managed to contact the care home and inform them of her location. A colleague provided guidance over the phone and directed Kate to a place where she could remain safe until help arrived. The police attended and collected her from the location. She disclosed the exploitation that had occurred, and on this occasion, the officers took her account seriously and responded with what she felt was appropriate concern. They advised her that she should not return immediately to a local area due to the risks of her safety. However, Kate's local authority did not agree with this and insisted that she be returned home. Staff from the care home travelled to London to collect her and return her to the placement. During this period, a retired police officer became aware of Kate's situation through a mutual connection. A friend got in touch with him on Kate's behalf, and he got in touch with Kate. He travelled up to meet her in person and the next morning and came to her college. He expressed an intent to support her and stated that he believed he could assist, but explained that due to her age, he would need to liaise with her allocated social worker before taking any formal action. Kate's social worker declined to engage with him. The situation became quickly confusing and overwhelming for Kate. The lack of cooperation from professionals, combined with the ongoing exploitation and her deteriorating mental health, led to significant emotional crisis. Kate became extremely distressed and expressed intentions to end her life while at college. As a result, she was sectioned under the Mental Health Act and taken for assessment. Shortly after this incident, Kate was taken again by the individuals exploiting her. They told her that they knew she had spoken to the police. She was removed from college and taken to a red room setting. Another girl, Meg, was also present. During this incident, Kate alleges that she was forced to witness extreme violence that resulted in Meg losing her life. This, she says, was done deliberately, and the perpetrators made it clear that it was a direct consequence of their belief that she has disclosed information to the police after her sectioning. Before Kate was due to start at university, she reports that she was taken to London during the Notting Hill Carnival and made to engage in street-based sex work. At one point, Kate found the nearest police officers and attempted to explain that she was not safe, that she had been trafficked, and that she was worried her abusers would find her. They confirmed that she had been reported as a missing persons and contacted Kate's father, who told the officers that she was lying and refused to come and collect her. The police officers then transported her to a police station. When she was arrived, she was told that she could not remain there and that because her father had declined to collect her, she would need to leave the station. No safeguarding measures were put in place, and she feared that the individuals exploiting her would find her again. She felt entirely abandoned by the adults and professionals who should have kept her safe, and overwhelmed and distressed, again attempted to take her own life. Soon after she started university, a goal she wanted to achieve as she thought it would be a route out of her abuse. Soon after she started university, a goal she wanted to achieve as she thought it would be a route out of the abuse. However, the increased independence and reduced oversight associated with university life created new opportunities for the individuals abusing her to extend the exploitation beyond Kate's local area. This, she reports, marked the point at which her trafficking became national in scope, with the abuse occurring across multiple regions of Britain. Over the course of this academic year, Kate alleges that she was regularly taken to a range of cities across Britain. These movements were frequent, often unplanned, and carried with little notice, making it impossible for her to establish any stability or predictability in her daily life. The level of violence during this period increased significantly. My injuries became more frequent and more visible. On several occasions, Kate's university lecturers and friends noticed the bruises and other marks, which reflected the severity and regularity of the abuse. Despite these indicators of harm, no safeguarding intervention took place and the exploitation continued. On one occasion, Kate was taken by her abusers from an area close to the university. They told her that she was in trouble because she had not been available for jobs due to a recent hospital admission. She was transported to a remote location and held in a caravan for approximately 9 days. During this period, she reports that she was subjected to repeated sexual violence, severe physical assaults, and sustained torture, including being raped by a dog, as the men placed bets on whether it would penetrate her vagina or her anus. Filmed and forced to re-watch the footage. This was the most extreme and prolonged incident that she had experienced and represented a significant escalation in the level of harm and control being exerted over her. The duration, isolation and intensity of this abuse during this period had a lasting and profound impact on her physical and psychological well-being. Over the following year, Kate went missing for several extended periods and was subjected to the continuous trafficking and rape across the country. When COVID lockdown began, her day-to-day movements and university activities were restricted in line with the national guidance. However, the individuals controlling her exploitation continued to expect her to attend jobs throughout this period. The lockdown did not reduce the level of contact or demand placed on her. It is more than the biggest domestic scandal in the UK's history. This is something else. This is something else. I hope the lads in the mainland can stand up. Oh, sorry about that. I hope the lads in the mainland can stand up like we did in Belfast. Marching with the flags isn't enough. As hard as this is to listen to, I'm so grateful MKR has the strength to share this. No wonder they didn't want this inquiry to be published. Not only does it point out the abhorrent behaviour of the rapist, but it points out the inadequacies of our own police. Yep. I'm not stroking my own ego. I'm a tank who had to protect my friends and family when they needed it. Given the chance, I would do this for other people. That's why I'm learning to walk again. Big love you, Zad. It's more than fucked, Karma Pop. It is more than fucked. Yeah, horses have been well known to be used in abuse. Dogs and horses. There's a big difference between not knowing what to do versus actively participating in hiding it. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Following this period, trafficking began to reduce gradually. Kate received a positive conclusion grounds decision through the National Referral Mechanism, confirming that she was a victim of trafficking and exploitation. The grooming behaviours to which Kate was subjected to did not follow the boyfriend model or grooming tactics that are often associated with child sexual exploitation. Instead, the abuse she experienced was based primarily on blackmail, coercion and threats. From the outset, the individuals involved used fear, intimidation and control rather than affection or persuasion to entrap and exploit her. The demographics of the men abusing Kate were mixed. The first group who trafficked and exploited her were primarily white, British, or from Gypsy, Roma and other traveller backgrounds. As she got older, she was trafficked more widely. The primary abuser demographics were Pakistani, Bangladeshi and Bengali Muslims. The other victims she encountered were almost exclusively white British. Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated and being white. Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated, and being white was repeatedly used as a justification for the abuse to minimise or dismiss the harm being inflicted. Kate was verbally attacked and demeaned because of her religion, including being mocked for wearing her cross and told that her Christian faith offered her no protection. The abusers regularly suggested that her God had abandoned her. Comments were constantly made, suggesting that the white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having degraded moral character or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described as by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. Kate has participated in this inquiry because she feels a personal responsibility to speak up for the many girls across the country who are unable to do so, and to help ensure that the realities of this form of exploitation are understood and that meaningful change can be achieved. The systems that should have protected Kate did not recognise the risks she was facing, did not respond effectively when concerns were raised, and in some cases she feels contributed to the harm by dismissing or disbelieving what was happening. Kate stated to one of the inquiry panellists, comments were constantly being made, suggested that white girls and Christian girls were viewed as having fewer morals or lower value, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and a higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate and control me. I was also subjected to religiously charged comments designed to shame and dehumanise me, including statements implying that God had abandoned me or would reject me because of what had to be done to me. They are bred to hate us. Avoid Subway, KFC, Popeyes, among many others. There's a walking blanket behind you, MK. It's like a little walking ghost, isn't it? It's the word that they use for non-Muslims, a kafar. I think it's something like that. Yeah, kafar. Burger King isn't halal the last time I checked. Can't remember if it is or not. I don't think it is. They hate white peoples. It's so hard. Victims are afraid, stressed out to speak about what is happening. How do I help as a bloke in the street? They won't talk to me. This is something that the community has to come together and put things in place to make things as safe as possible. I mean, this is industrial scale. This isn't anything the normal person can stop. This goes as deep as governmental. That's how deep this goes, and this report is only touching the surface. Good on you reading this live. I salute you. It's terrible what is happening, what has and is happening. Yeah, 100%. It really, really is. Burger King is generally not halal in Western countries like the USA, Canada and the UK, but some locations in Muslim majority countries are halal certified, yes. So, coming down to some of the whistleblower testimonies, so I'll read these out to you. I will then skip down to a few more of the important statistics, and then at the end are some extra added bits from some of the stuff that we've already seen, some of the victims we've already heard from, as well as others that we've not heard from yet. So we are nearly done. Bear with us. A few more bits to go. Again, I'm reading out all the testimonies. I'm not reading out all of the nitty-gritty information thing. I think you lot can handle that by yourselves. I don't think that will disrupt your mind too much. It's pretty much stuff we are all very aware of anyway. So, a social worker's testimony. Our whistleblower social worker is an experienced children's social care professional with nearly 4 decades of service. Her specialist work focused on leaving care services and safeguarding highly vulnerable young people. In February 2018, she raised extensive whistleblowing disclosures concerning financial abuse of young people, misuse of public funds, unlawful sanctions, illegal evictions, and racism towards children in care, and systematic failures to safeguard against sexual and criminal exploitation. She was assured that comprehensive investigation would occur in the event that responses were delayed, fragmented, and opaque. Senior officers later acknowledged that financial abuse was likely claimed. Proof was impossible due to missing records. She was informed that shredders had been purchased at units and that records may have been destroyed. Despite this, the disclosure was deemed reviewed without her ever having been interviewed. She described repeated safeguarding failures witnessed while she was interim co-manager for semi-independent units, including children with severe mental health needs, placed unsafely, repeated missing episodes, untreated exploitation risks, and delayed police or mental health intervention. Her evidence illustrates escalating harm, including self-harm, sexual exploitation, criminal exploitation, and unlawful housing practices. After raising these concerns, she experienced retaliation, including the removal of payments, suspension based on unfounded allegations, and professional isolation. Senior leadership and elected members repeatedly failed to engage meaningfully with her concerns, and she concludes that the local councils prioritise reputational and financial considerations over child safety, leaving ongoing risks unaddressed. Cavan Vines, Rotherham campaigner. Cavan compiled multi-agency records from 2003 onwards. These showed that police, councils and MPs knew about organised grooming by Pakistani Muslim gangs years before any public admission. Vines engaged with national media and provided evidence to senior officials. He states that one of the interviews in which he partook, namely with Sky News, was misrepresented, which led to defamation proceedings that rendered him bankrupt and ruined much of his life. He alleges perjury by MPs and failure by police to investigate it. This pattern demonstrates that early whistleblowing and institutional awareness produced retaliation rather than protecting victims. Tommy Robinson, national activist. Tommy Robinson documented grooming patterns after the exploitation of a close female relative at the age of 14. He had heard hundreds of similar accounts from families across England. When he had formed the English Defence League and spoke publicly, South Yorkshire Police allegedly subjected him to repeated arrests and down raids on his family homes. He repeatedly also faced fabricated charges, asset freezes and threats that forced repeated relocations. The state treated public whistleblowing on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs as more dangerous than the gangs themselves. Fred is a father and information technology specialist with approximately 6 years of experience in child protection work. His involvement began after his own daughters were groomed offline by a former partner of their mother. His eldest daughter recognised the risk and disclosed the situation, enabling Fred to intervene promptly and protect his children. This experience prompted him to join an online protection team. For around 2 years, he worked as a decoy posing as a child online to identify adults seeking to groom and sexually exploit children. He was exposed to highly disturbing sexual communications, which had severe psychological impacts and eventually led to him stepping back from the decoy duties. Leveraged from his professional background, Fred shifted his focus on developing tools for digital tracking, perpetrator identification and forensic evidence gathering. His work is designed to produce court-ready evidence. He has collaborated with multiple British child protection teams and interfaced with various police forces, including specialist online child protection units. To date, Fred has assisted identification, tracking and reporting of nearly 1,300 suspected child sexual predators. So the next section is just about demographics and culture, which I'm sure you can all get a grasp of. It's pretty much stuff we already know. The majority of perpetrators are from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds, and they formed the core of the rape gangs nationwide in the UK. Targeted white working class girls. They operated under an honour and shame clan code. They did all the classic stuff with the showering them, with all types of stuff, transporting them to random different towns, forced religious marriages, etc., etc. So, in cases where perpetrators of Pakistani heritage were named publicly in court records or reports, their names have consistently been Muslim in character. According to the 2021 census for England and Wales, around 93% of individuals identifying as Pakistani by ethnicity also identified as Muslim, with only about 1% following another religion or having no faith whatsoever. Research Peter McLaughlin in Easy Meat compiled a comprehensive list of the grooming gang convictions from 1997 to 2018. His examination of names indicated that approximately 87% of those bore distinctively Muslim names. The majority of the convicted groups are entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds. These groups predominantly have Pakistani heritage, especially when it exceeds 10 or more members. Convictions that have involved groups primarily composed of Muslim or non-Pakistani origins have been 2 Somali origin gangs in Bristol, a mainly African heritage gang in Banbury, 3 Iranians in Chelmsford, 3 Syrians and 1 Kuwaiti in Newcastle, 2 Turkish men in Somerset, a Romanian rape gang in Rotherham, and the large Newcastle Operation Sanctuary case involving 17 men and 1 woman from diverse Muslim backgrounds: Albanian, Kurdish, Bangladeshi, Indian, Turkish, Iranian, Iraqi, Pakistani and Eastern Europe heritage. Nearly all published names were Islamic. Now let me just recall some of the important stuff that I want to show you before we get to the other ones. So this is a statement by somebody called Dr. Hill that I do want to read to you. I was told that I must respect their religion. This was the first of many confusing lies that I was forced to believe. I was told that to show them, Muslims, respect, I mustn't eat pork. I was told that Muslim girls are good and pure and stay virgins until marriage, but all white girls are slags and they sleep with hundreds of people. I was told white girls are trash, they are all whores, they are lower than the shit under your shoe. They do not obey Allah, so they deserve to be punished. They don't dress modestly. Muslim women are pure because they cover down to their ankles and down to their wrists, and the hem of their top comes down below their knees. White girls show their curves of their body, so they're asking for it. They should be raped as punishment for not obeying Allah. Kafir, non-Muslim, girls are worthless. Sex with a kafir girl doesn't count as adultery. Only sex with a Muslim woman counts as adultery. If you are not a virgin before marriage, you should be beaten. Many times I was told that Quran says, if one of your wives disobeys you, beat her. This was often quoted to me before they beat me with their hands. They believed they had a position of religious moral superiority over non-believers. They believed it was their duty to punish us, as they believed that what they were doing made them good Muslims. This is what they are taught by their mothers. They were taught that witches in Pakistan are blonde, so blondes are more evil and they deserve the worst punishment. I was told that in Islam, if a girl looks at a man who isn't her brother, father or husband, then that means she wants to have sex with him. So I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. So when I did look at a waiter in a restaurant, I was taken away to be gang raped as punishment. I was told that according to their faith, the faith of their community, girls are old enough for sex when they start their periods. Many of us had to endure the sexual act of thighing, which is, I am now told, is a religiously sanctioned way of molesting children. According to some Islamic scriptures, you have to lie down on your back with your legs straight together and they will straddle you and fuck you between your thighs. I was beaten, strangled, suffocated and my head held underwater, tortured, kicked and raped over 100 times. I was told that if you don't scream when you're raped, then you're consenting to the rape, so you should be stoned to death. I was told that Muslim girls know this because the Quran says that Aisha's silence was her consent to the marriage to Muhammad, so the Muslim girls knew to scream. But white girls don't, so that's their fault then because they're not Muslim. When I did wear a headscarf to try and protect myself from being raped, I was told to get it off and they raped me again. I know that all these so-called ways to protect yourselves from being raped are rape myths used as an excuse for perpetrators' criminal behaviour. They threatened to kill my parents if my parents tried to stop me from seeing them. I was intimidated with guns and threatened with body parts being cut off with knives. When I tried to escape, I was told that I have offended their honour, so they had to spill my blood. They did this in an honour attack. All of the sexual abuse I experienced was linked to spiritual or religious abuse. Religious scriptures were used as tools of control to force me to conform to their will, and I was not allowed to question these religious beliefs. They used their religious moral authority and self-proclaimed elitism to control me through the use of scripture, false confessions, censorship of decision-making, requirement of secrecy and silence, isolation, excessive shaming and punishment around sexuality, and requiring unquestioned obedience. I experienced this as a deeply personal, terrifying physical, emotional and spiritual attack. Every time they quoted the scripture, it was very hard to argue with. To them, it was like I was arguing with God. To me, I was actually like I was arguing with the devil. They used their so-called religious authority to do the most horrific, immoral acts imaginable. So, there's a few of these. Here's some of them we've already read. So, Sarah endured a 12-year ordeal after being kidnapped from the street at age 15. During this period, she was repeatedly drugged with Valium, beaten and raped. At one point, her abuser presented her with a certificate from the mosque and declared that they were married according to Islamic rites. Later, he divorced her under Sharia procedure simply by stating, "I divorced you 3 times." She was then immediately married in a ceremony conducted by an imam to a man she did not know. Within minutes of the ceremony ending, whilst the wedding party continued downstairs, she was raped by her new husband. Over the years, Sarah was subjected to 8 forced abortions, one of them 5 months into pregnancy. When she accompanied her abuser to medical appointments, she was required to wear a hijab and walk 5 feet behind him. She was compelled to learn the Quran in Arabic and permitted to speak only Urdu and Punjabi. She was also made to cook and clean for the gang members who abused her. Sarah made several unsuccessful attempts to escape. On one occasion, after reporting the kidnapping to the police, she was interviewed by a Muslim officer who switched off the tape recorder and instructed her to drop her allegations because of lack of evidence. She later learned that this officer was imprisoned for child sex offences. In a separate case, Anna was living in a children's home in Bradford in 2002. From the age of 13, she was raped and abused while in the home, and at 15, she was forced into a Sharia marriage. Her social worker attended the marriage ceremony. Yeah, the social worker attended the ceremony and permitted her husband's parents to foster her after she became pregnant. The parent received a fostering allowance from the state. Anna described her situation as one of domestic slavery, in which she was treated like a maid and repeatedly sexually abused by dozens of men. In Britain, reports from the Met Police in London have alone indicated that an average of 1,125 sexual assaults per year involving unlicensed taxi drivers. A significant proportion of the offenders in these cases have been identified as Muslim. So, among the 280 cases that were recorded in 2023, the 6 countries accounting for the highest numbers of this bullshit were Pakistan, 45%, Bangladesh, 13%, Afghanistan, 7%, India, 3%, Somalia, 3%, and Nigeria, 2%. Just pop down here a moment. So if we just give you a few quick statistics, we'll just catch up with the chat first. And then I can head on to that because I know I've missed quite a bit of the chat. Amazing stream, MKR, unique and has to be shared everywhere. Big love, Nutty. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The left wing pretend it's fake news. Yep. Their death cult hates us. They'll talk about the Epstein files and billionaires, but completely ignore the scale of this. The scale of this is bigger than any type of Epstein thing you could even bring up to me. I'm sorry, but anyone even attempts to bring that up to me, I'll rape gang inquiry, read it. Read it. Did you read all 208 men? Oh, you just racist. Alright, then what about the white people in there? What about the white perpetrators that it discloses? What about them? What about the Sikh girls that were raped by these gangs? How is it racist? How is it racist when it's based on facts and victim stories? It makes my blood boil. It really does. Sounds like stories from October 7th. Yeah, it really does. Gotta go, guys. Big love to you all, especially MK. Big love, Phantasm. Have a good evening, sweetheart. Sleep well. People don't believe that this was what was reported from October 7th, but now we see it's happening in the UK and it's been happening for a long time. A long time. No worries, Katie. It is sick beyond words. It really is. Now, if we just get into some of the statistics. So an analysis was put together and with recent investigations it reveals a consistent disproportionate involvement of Muslim men, overwhelmingly Pakistani heritage. The 250,000 figure is not a precise count, as the count doesn't exist as the state has failed to record it. This is going off the proof that they've managed to find, the evidence given and the victims that have come forward throughout time. But we may regard it as a conservative estimate that the accounts for the organised repeated nature of the abuse of many girls raped hundreds and multiple times by multiple perpetrators and decades of institutional concealment. An analysis of 264 convictions for group-based child sexual exploitation from 2005 to 2017 found that 84%, so that's 222 of the offenders, 222 of the 264, were South Asian, with the vast majority being Pakistani Muslim. Only 7% were white and 8% were black. Virtually every individual in these grooming gangs appears to be Muslim, estimating that 95% of those involved are of a Muslim faith. Approximately 87% of the rape gang convictions were of people with distinctively Muslim names. Now, if I just get down... So this is the influence of Islam. We know what the influence of Islam is. We're seeing it, we're hearing it, we're experiencing it. We don't need to remind you of that. Muslim supremacism, it's all there for you to read if you want to read it. Grab a Quran, we've got one, we've read it, we know all about it. Us and the mindset, you lot have been stating that in the chat already. Is not stupid, you know that. Superiority and dominance of men over women. Again, it's to do with the Islam, which we're very aware of. Again, I'll allow you guys to read those bits yourselves if you wish. As I just want to get down to some of the more important testimonies from victims, which we are nearly at, my darlings. You can tell by some of the titles and the subheadings of these what they are, and it's very obvious. It's just very obvious. The law is not being followed, clearly. So I'll do a quick one on the party politics because we're not yet at the other statements from people that I'd like to speak about. So a quick one on the Labour Party. The Labour Party bears primary responsibility for the longest and most deliberate cover-ups. Jess Phillips and Naz Shah maintain public silence on this. So Jess Phillips and Naz Shah, members of Parliament for the Labour Party, maintain public silence on this stuff. In Oldham, Labour councillors and leaderships received one of our whistleblower social workers' disclosures on trafficking inside the council-run and semi-independent units, yet retaliated against it. The same pattern occurred in Rotherham, Rochdale, Telford, Burnley and Peterborough. Labour councils surrendered streets, ignored parental reports and allowed perpetrators to operate, among other reasons, because Muslim voting blocks were electorally vital. Former Detective Constable and Rochdale rape gang whistleblower Maggie Oliver has criticised the Mayor of Greater Manchester, relevant considering who's just won Makerfield, Andy Burnham, with whom Oliver has worked with herself, for failing to piece together a full picture of the information necessary to combat the rape gangs that still operate in this area. Still. Bloody mental, innit? Absolutely bloody mental. Sarah Champion in Labour did speak up. She was ignored and dismissed. Jess Phillips was appointed the Safeguarding Minister, and has much to do with Burnham's show of contempt by the Labour Party. Survivors resigned from her victim panel in disgust, condemning the process as a sham. Phillips apologised for delays but retained the full backing of Sir Keir Starmer. Under her watch, ethnicity recording remains patchy, and the anti-white aspect of these horrendous crimes continues to be downplayed. Direct perpetrators within Labour ranks. Lord Nazir Ahmed, former Labour councillor in the Rotherham and Labour peer, was convicted in 2022 of multiple child sex offences, including rape of a 13-year-old girl, jailed for 5.5 years. Ahmed has been a Labour councillor since 1990 and was elevated to the peerage by Blair. Former Labour councillor Leron Velman has pleaded guilty to sex offences against a child after approaching a 13-year-old girl and asking if she was a virgin. Labour councillor Carol Clark faced formal complaints after allegedly warning her paedophile son of his impending arrest in a grooming-related investigation, while simultaneously voting on the grooming gang matters. The former Labour MP Ivor Chaplin was arrested for grooming a 15-year-old girl in 2025. These are not isolated bad apples. They were Labour members operating in the very councils that grooming gangs thrived under their power. Enablers. Sean Wright, Labour councillor, Rotherham's Children's Services lead 2005 to 2010, remained in post despite knowing the scale of the abuse, only resigned after the J report brought light to it. Roger Stone, Labour councillor leader for Rotherham 2003 to 14, presided in local government during the cover-up documented by the J report. Multiple Labour councillors in Rotherham again. Interfered in police investigations, tipped off perpetrators and dismissed victims as making lifestyle choices to protect community relations. And Sir Keir Starmer, our current running Prime Minister, was the Director of Public Prosecutions. It has been reported that 13,000 suspected rape gang members and paedophiles were let off with warning letters by Sir Keir Starmer. As stated earlier, Sadiq Khan, Labour, insisted there were no grooming gangs while actively having access to all the files. The Conservative Party, they held power from 2010 onwards and failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording for child sexual exploitation offenders and failed to launch a nationwide statutory inquiry despite the scale becoming public through the J report from Rotherham. Scottish politics. John Lamont MP's evidence through the inquiry shows the same reluctance in Scotland. Now, this is the one I wanted to get down to before leaving you all for the evening, is the impact on survivors. So these are the impact statements. So this will be the final bit that I read to you all. I will then have a quick catch up with the chat and then I will say my goodbyes to you all. So let's get into this final bit. This is the impact on survivors. The rape gangs destroyed the lives of hundreds of thousands of children. Survivors live with permanent physical and psychological damage that no institution has ever properly addressed. They carry lifelong PTSD, complex trauma, addiction, chronic pain, interrupted education, criminal records, lost children, and live with permanent fear. Many attempted suicide, and sadly, some succeeded. Others lost their own children to the same system that failed them. The state did not merely fail to protect these survivors, but it's compounded the harm by criminalising them, discharging them from hospitals without support, removing their babies, and leaving them in environments where the abuse could continue. The evidence shows a national pattern of lifelong devastation inflicted on children who were raped, trafficked, impregnated, and then abandoned by every agency meant to help them. Fiona was raped repeatedly from the age of 13 while in care. She became pregnant at 15 and her child removed from her for adoption while she remained in the same exploitative environment. Due to her abuse, she developed psychosis at 17 and mutilated her own legs with a blade because the gang had complimented them during her abuse. She now lives with profound PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term physical health complications due to her abuse. So due to her abuse, she developed psychosis at 17 and mutilated her own legs with a blade because the grooming gangs complimented them. Michelle suffered near daily rape from the age of 13, became pregnant 4 times as a child, endured miscarriages and coerced abortions, and gave birth while still a teenager. She describes her childhood and future as destroyed, and she lives with PTSD that affects every day of her life. Chloe was raped repeatedly from aged 11, contracted multiple STIs as a 13-year-old, starved to 5 stone, drugged with heroin, imprisoned in her own home, and publicly humiliated. She now carries severe gynecological damage and lifelong trauma. Leanne was abused from infancy, trafficked, subjected to extreme violence, including penetration by objects, strangulation, and backstreet abortions. She lives with profound physical injuries and a total lack of trust in every institution. Grace was groomed from early adolescence, raped while intoxicated, entered violent domestic relationships, and watched her own children abused. She suffers severe mental illness, displacement, and ongoing stalking. Kate endured a decade of trafficking, filmed blackmail, read rooms of torture, animal rape, and witnessed murders of other girls. She received an NRM conclusive grounds, but despite this has received very little support and still lives with the trauma that she has to manage daily. Anna's recorded assault at 13 led to ostracism and interrupted education and lasting mental health damage. Jen was forcibly converted, married, controlled under religious coercion, and she now has complex PTSD and lives in fear for her daughter. Leanne was held captive, beaten, and raped while pregnant at 15. She miscarried and now suffers chronic fibromyalgia and psychological trauma. Taylor, who was gang raped across multiple towns, now carries lifelong psychological harm. Jane was trafficked from a care placement, developed a severe eating disorder, and was sectioned and left with lasting physical and psychiatric damage. Rachel's daughter, aged 12, was raped, bullied, and abandoned by police and the school, and she took her own life. Every survivor describes the same long-term consequences: destroyed education and employment prospects, broken relationships, inability to trust adults or institutions, chronic or physical pain, addiction, repeated suicide attempts, loss of children, and a permanent sense of shame and worthlessness implanted by the gangs and reinforced by the state. The human cost is not abstract, but measured in ruined lives, lost futures, and children born into the same hell that their mothers endured. So that is what I'm going to read up to tonight. The rest is just concluding everything that we've read, giving recommendations, etc., etc. And that is where we are going to bring it to. That is the page we're going to end on. I will have a quick catch up with the chat before I leave you all. Evening, Cecily. I was solo tonight. Breaks isn't doing very well at all. She's in bed having some rest. She's not doing very well. Don't assume things you aren't aware of. What's going on? Is someone causing issues? I see. Got you. Oh, tracking priorities. Oh, bless you. You got nothing better to do? No, clearly not. Okay, sweet. Nice one. Thank you. Thank you for adding to the algorithm for me. It's what's needed for this to get spread across and for people to see it, so good on you. I used to do wrestling before I suffered from seizures and fibromyalgia. If you're looking at the money side of what's being thrown around in sports, and there's that. Don't worry, I don't trust males anymore. 35 years of crap. Oh, Vixie, don't worry. Sophie's over 10 miles for that one. Please, can we go home now? Not funny tracking. You don't know what she's been through. Hey, it's Jay and Sophie who took you to the station in Liverpool. I hope you got home okay. Oh, hi, sweethearts. Hello. Hi, Jay and Sophie. Thank you so much for that. You were a massive help. No, there's nothing outside. It was the computer, you chicken. Get down. Don't be so silly. I'm talking to the computer. Thank you so much for that. Yes, we did get home safe, and thank you so much for your help. That was extremely helpful because the police were sending us in the wrong direction. So thank you, and thank you for popping in, my darlings. Thank you very much. I'm not having an argument at all. Just something triggered by something about an accident in football. They're just being absolute silliness. God help us all. You did an awesome job. No worries. I hope it gave you more of an insight if you was unaware as to the shit that was going on. Deportations are no longer an option. I hear you, Dee. Thank you so much, MK, for reading this with us and being here with us. Thank you guys for being here with me while I was reading it. Do you need toilet? No, there's nothing out there. It's reflection. It's your reflection. There's nothing there. I promise you. There's nothing there. It's your reflection. It's your reflection. Stop being so silly. Don't be so silly. It's your bloody reflection. Stop it. Don't be silly now. Oi. That broke me, but I had to watch it. Thank you for covering this. Not a problem at all. It's horrible, it's hard, but it does need to be done. Before you go, I must ask, where's your live on air? It was sadistic. It is there. I've literally got it out there. I've just not had a chance to sort it out and put it up yet, but I have got it. It is right there. Big love sadistic for that. We was wondering who it was because it didn't come with a note. Yes, we've got it. Don't worry. I'm going to pop it on. We've just not had a chance to do it yet because we've got a dog in a cone. It's been a bit madness. So yeah. Bear with me, Panda. Just wait a minute, you little shit. It's your reflection. You want to go out and eat your reflection. Thank you for doing this stream. I'm going to watch it now as a catch-up. No worries, Cecila. Thanks, MK True Marathon. Much appreciated. Much love to you, sweetheart. Love and peace to you all. Big love to everybody. Hold on, baby. Thanks to MKR. I'm a bit speechless, to be honest, but wasn't looking forward to reading this alone. It's massively triggering, so thank you for providing this space for us. Not a problem. I hope that this sort of made it a bit easy for you, anyone who was wanting to read it but was struggling and would have preferred hearing it, and I hope it's been helpful having a space to be whilst I've been reading it. Wait, sit down. Sit. Wait. So thank you to you all. I appreciate you all. I love you all. I think the dog's tired and wants to eat his reflection outside. He wants to go and find it. Have a lovely evening. Please wind yourselves down before going to sleep. And yeah, much love. Thank you for being here. If you've not subscribed already, drop a subscribe, drop a like, share the video out. If you are wanting to support us further, then your best options are via PayPal on Family and Friends or via Buy Me a Coffee. But for now, thank you. Much love and good night. And thank you to my dirty sexy mods. Thank you. Tough topic. I smashed it. Love you all. Bye bye.